Fans, check out another nifty ass podcast at Boston Loud 92. The Teak. You find me on Hood. They smoke nifty Cackwoods every motherfucking day. They see it. Y'all check out what they got fire off from Hood. New podcast on Hood. Y'all check that motherfucker out. Check that motherfucker out, kid. Let's go ahead and support black businesses on Hood. Let's keep it 55th Street.
What's the word? What's the word? What's the word? Hope everybody's doing good.
So it started after Kai Cenat was on live doing his normal routine while streaming. Then he started to reminisce about how good the music was in the New York drill scene, turning up to some of the most iconic Bronx drill anthems from that time.
We gon' talk on the facts, like we gon' get into that. Right, so we get another clap. Like ask him how much you see the face of the books like how. What about you shot? We got the film to sing it. We can see how I'm lit. She tryna take off my t-shirt. I'm double getting me to come. I know how we work.
I ain't gonna lie. At one point, drill was amazing. Like drill at one point in New York was
Trash.
the
Trash.
music was just tough.
Nah, bro, that shit was trash. Drill New York was trash.
That thing, like that.
It was posted to New York Drill Official, so rappers from the scene started to react to their fellow Bronx natives showing them love. The YGs were starting to feel some type of way that Kai left them out by not turning up to some of their music too. So D-Thang went to the comments and wrote,
"How you bring up that era without me?"
Yusef G's reacted to Kai dancing to Shah EK, dissing him saying, "Damn Kai, heartbreaking."
Go get back!
A couple of minutes later, one of D-Thang's homies, who goes by 6 Shots, threatened to give Kai belt to Booty when he sees him.
Oh, because he didn't play y'all
Six
song,
reposted
bro?
the part of the song where K-Flock dissed a fallen YG member who went by Rajiz, showing Kai dancing to it.
We gon' get into that. Right, so he ain't let it clap. Like ask him how much I threw back.
On top, he wrote, "Then when YouTubers get hurt, they wasn't that type of kid. They're not on gang stuff, all those things, but never can explain stuff like this. Suck my slab, belt to anus in traffic for you." His threat was reposted to the blog pages, and the fans were saying that he was salty about Kai showing love to his rivals.
Yeah.
So he made another post saying, "Next person say that I am mad can honestly eat a sausage." But for those of you who didn't know, this is not the first time that Kai has been in deep waters with the YGs and other YG affiliates. About 3 years ago, Kai was turning up at a pool party with K-Flock playing in the background, and he started singing the lyrics and tapping his head when Rajiz was being dissed. Nazi BK, who's currently locked up for coincidentally taking the life of a YG affiliate, reposted it laughing at it and typing, "Even Kai dissed Raw Raw." Nesty reacted to it saying, "He's shot." Word to bro, ninjas could never mind their business. E-Day stepped in writing, "Then when ninjas die, they was just an innocent kid who wanted nothing to do with the streets. Everyone who ever dissed that's not a part of the ops, parentheses, the ops girlfriends too, will face their consequences. And that's on bro." Hashtag, it's not a game. You will die for words. Don't say nothing you don't mean.
Oh, say that.
After that, they would go live, sending Kai a dangerous message.
Oh yeah, causing that.
I'm not even gonna say no names. I'm not even gonna say no names, buddy.
Going viral.
Yeah, he's done.
He's going viral.
He's out of here.
Yo, look, and look, and
wanna suck the bros. I just made a heavy on my story too.
Oh, you talk about Nazi BK, his girlfriend?
Yeah, like what are my mother after they break, even after they break up, it's still different. Even after they stop talking 10 years from now.
Half of them little niggas.
I'm like, watch.
Half of these little niggas are so broke, bro. Little niggas, that's why you in the hood beefing, cause you broke, nigga. You ain't leave the hood yet. That's why you beefing, nigga. Niggas be in the hood beefing, that's why they broke, cause they still in the hood, my nigga. Especially these little niggas.
Exactly.
They bro, don't talk about beating nobody up, bro. You don't know shit about life, bro.
How they trying to like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people about to get wicked and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie, buddy.
They get wicked what I'm wicked with it. Burning.
Yeah, come up here, I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people that's not in the streets worldwide for money business. They don't be know how to stay in their lane, bro.
He also had a situation with Say Drilly around that same time period, after the Drillies thought that Kai was disrespecting one of their fallen members who went by AJ.
RP my son AJ, man. My son never got touched.
A name that Say Drilly would scream in his songs to keep his bro's spirit alive.
Like AJ, like AJ, AJ.
Here is the viral clip of Kai being mistaken for dissing Say Drilly's friend AJ.
That ball fit in my brother. What you say? Fit in my brother. I'm taking that risk like smoking on AJ.
Like AJ.
AJ. Smoking on AJ. And then you got.
Now, right there, it was clear that Kai said agent, but I guess Drilly still felt some type of way because of the way he said it. Say Drilly would go to his IG and write, "Nah, what the fudge? This ninja is a bozo, on the guys." Didi Osama and Dougie B would then troll the Drillies going to their Instagram saying, "AJ smoking. Laughing my anus off. My son Kai is on that." Say Drilly then went and did an interview with P Films and spoke on Kai's questionable actions.
He basically recited lines, you know, about NPSA kind of directed about Rajiz. What was it about the lines that he recited that got y'all upset?
Oh, bro, he was talking on.
Bro, niggas gotta stop giving these little ass kids fucking a platform, bro. This shit be crazy, gang. See what these shorties say, man.
You want to save hours managing your library? You need to, buddy. Come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards, and descriptions of all of your videos with just the click of a button.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Always thumb out, for sure.
Always?
Yeah. Always.
Yeah. Thumb in or thumb out?
Thumb in.
Atta girl. Okay, you might be worth the 40K ring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Thumb in.
You said that's so serious.
Hey, yo.
Thumb in with consent.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Thumb in.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Sorry, what?
Thumb in.
Yeah, you know what you want.
Sure, let's go.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Thumb out. I'll cry.
You're gonna cry?
Yeah, I don't like that.
I like thumb in, but I've gotten good feedback from thumb out.
Hey,
thumb in or thumb out?
Out.
But you want a 50K ring?
No, we come with the thumb in.
Next question.
Thumb in or thumb out?
Well, thumb in.
Thumb in?
Yeah. Plug me up.
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your
That
library,
bitch said
you
plug
need
me
to.
up,
Come
nigga.
check out how
What
you
the
can.
fuck?
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your library, you need to, buddy. Come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards, and descriptions.
But at the end of the day, I would not, that story sounds too stupid to make up. It sounds stupid when you're telling it, to be honest with you. Now, if they don't like the way I told it, I apologize, but that's really what happened. And like I said, I have no problem with Cat Williams. I just was saying what happened. The red nigga, Cat Williams was dissing you all night. You was the nigga that I was talking about. He kept kicking you out the room. You kept trying to run in and get your money. Yo, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. He kicked you out at least 7 times that night. Cat Williams fired his DJ that night for playing too much Dipset, and you kept sneaking in the room trying to get paid. And he didn't pay you. And that's a fact. And like you said, you was there. It was 7, 8 niggas I know that was there. I'm going to start going to get the testimony of all the niggas that was in the room that night. It was 7, 8 niggas that was there that I knew from New York or Harlem or wherever. Shice Bud was there. KD was there. God bless that Murphy.
Ain't nobody, nah, bro. I see what you trying to do, bro.
Blood power rule. I'm gonna get on Donut for not killing your ass, blood. Mentioning that. You keep whooping blood, we gonna activate blood, homie. Don't nobody give a about that rule. Blood, you cost $1,500, my turn your TV off, blood. You telling me threatening my homeboy, blood, like we give a
Ain't nobody whack. Ain't nobody threatening. I came to you.
blood on power rule.
It's the word, lady.
Say that, and we ain't got it. Mama's kids, we don't give a who it is, blood. Don't go out of town get at us talking about some violence, nigga. You should have knocked blood out when he spit on you and died about it, homie. And he gonna tell you that's real. About no having no gun, spit on you.
Bruh, the first conversation when we had with Luce, bro, you said that out of pocket. You said it's not wolfing. I'm just trying to get a fade. Now niggas talking about killing me.
You want a fade, blood? Where you at? Cause you doing a lot of woofing like you running something, homie.
I didn't say I'm coming to you. Came to you.
We gonna give you your fade. Where you at?
No, I ain't finna meet you now. You talking about kill?
Give you your fade, cause you whooping it. You gonna humble yourself, and we gonna get to what you talking about. I told Luce said, "What's up with dude, bro? You been trying to be cool with this. Like I ain't never seen you this calm." I said, "Dude doing a lot of crazy whooping. Niggas won't go knock the mama down. Just send a message. I don't know what's up with dude."
What's up? Shout out to Stephen A.
RPT, false that.
Oh shit, y'all.
She just wanna rock.
Jaffe and Jim Jones been beefing. I want to see something, bro. Yeah, I gotta see this. Oh, this is how the video start. Okay. Jim Jones sent them a DM. Jaffe, don't let 50 make you crash out. Okay. Shout out to Jaffe, though. Jim just need to stay out the way, nigga.
Hard, but won't realize that they will never.
This nigga's nice right here.
From the west, niggas know the respect. I do react to the threats. These fire rounds that burn a hole through your chest. Was running around with 50 grams all stuck in my sweat. Every day I stepped out, my gun was matching my vest. I'm not approachable, will catch these shells. He ain't dead, but a nigga paralyzed from his feet to his neck. If you owe me, better pay me. Had you kicking up a daisy, playing games so I can deflate you ball like Tom Brady. I'ma start slapping niggas, yeah, I know you pussy. Don't let this Instagram get you in trouble. I know you corny. Keep playing so they viewing your body on your story. They go to picture for your shirt, nigga. You been filthy, your sleep well in the dirt, nigga. Yeah, I do this on my own. I don't need your help. Who the fuck is you, nigga? I walk these streets with my throne. Go ahead and think I'm alone. Gotta get you shot, nigga.
Yo, shout out to Jaffe. Boy, Holland. Fuck with it. But why it was 720p though? This bitch just dropped 8 days ago, bro. Wonder why Jimmy wrote that. know, bro. We gotta, lady. Now that you're here, you reminded me of this shit because we was talking about this the other day.
On my.
I see it. Son, what up?
Hey, yo, what was y'all reaction in real time when he got on High 97 and took shots at Cam and Come Home With Me? Like, what was y'all reaction when y'all first heard it?
Is vague because I think I was on my second fifth of Henny or my third fifth of Henny. But if in the vagueness back of my brain, I was sitting, I think Cam was in the truck. I was sitting behind Cam. I think Jim was in the passenger seat. Nas said that stupid motherfucking dumb shit he said. We pulled over. I think we was in the middle of the street, or we was in the middle of somewhere. I think pulled over. Like, I know this thing, man. It was almost like Cam tried to rewind the radio. We're like, I know this motherfucker just saying. He was like, word? I'm talking about immediately straight to the motherfucking studio. Cam did not play. That's why you got to leave. Cam got a vendetta with him where you say something about him, it just triggers and ticks off into a avalanche of you mean, and it don't stop until he could say it. You know what I'm saying? And Nas caught that, and it wasn't even a straight. And it caught that whole target. Bah! You know what I'm saying? And he slapped his kufi off. That's when Jim started talking about slapping kufis off, and we had the kufi slapping season going on for a while. And all our peoples, like 88% of our peoples, is Muslim. You know what I'm saying? But they understood that we was only trying to slap one particular kufi. You know what I'm saying? Which was Nas. And Cam don't stop. Cam was going to box Nas' head off. Cam won that. Cam was going to box. Cam wasn't going to stop rapping. Cam would be doing, from that day to right now, a diss song about the nigga. If y'all felt that he ain't win.
I got you.
But that's where I was at. I was in the car chilling in the back of Cam. We was driving, and they try to rewind the fucking radio. And went over there, and you know the song. You know Moses in the Bible? I'm Moses. I'm motherfucking Moses. Confessions of Fire, we did that, but we owed the money. They fucked up I don't know what the SDE 1.4 million hit the they said, oh boy start coming out. Then Hey Ma comes out, I get locked up. So the momentum from old boy gets us over there to get on the surfboard. Then we about to hang 10 with Hey Ma, wipe out. I go to jail for 3 years. So once I get my ass in jail, that's when
Freaky and Tony Yayo remind me of each other a lot. Am I tripping? The way they be telling stories, you feel me? They remind me of each other a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
That's when Suck It or Not come out. That's when Waffle House come out. That's when Ballin' come out. That's when Whistle come out. That's when every motherfucking thing that we worked for when we was grinding and scraping our knuckles to get somewhere, poof, popped off. I'm sitting in there like that. And then they start beefing 2 months right before I come home. I said, ain't this a bitch? I said, motherfucking stupid motherfuckers. I said, how they lying? But all of that BMF shit I missed, or everything that has something to do with getting to the millions, multiply, I missed out on. Word. Then I come home, these motherfucking niggas is beefing. So the BMF shit, all of whatever the fuck shits that went on with the shit, with the shit, what the fuck shit. That's what I said.
Who idea was it for Cam to start wearing pink? I know Jim, he said he came up with the idea, but from your point of view, who came up with it?
Yeah, pink. This is pink. Oh, yeah, Jim. Now Cam is all right, this is where Cam gets the pink from. It's a movie motherfucking called Casino. You ever seen this movie called Casino before? Robert De Niro was the headliner in that motherfucker. Robert De Niro was popping, and one time, one of the outfits where he smoking a cigarette, he had on the fucking pink suit. I don't remember if you remember that part, or know that part about the part, but you go back and with the main part. I think that's when he was arguing with the bitch or something about he had the pink suit on. He's like, damn, killer's like, yeah, I nigga killed that. All right. Pink. Pink went so fucking crazy. Cam tried. I don't know. I don't want to say he tried to do that. Cam wanted to erase the color off the spectrum. Because he's like, everybody is making money. And when I tell you everybody had pink on and made all gangster niggas had some type of pink popping, he like, I need about 10% of this motherfucker. Ain't no motherfucking way pink rose 5,000%, and I ain't making 1% of this bitch. They tried to rip pink off the goddamn spectrum. But yeah, motherfucking Casino. Still pink. Now, gangster nigga, what nigga pull out the stendo? Pink. But that's because we chilling. Or Robert De Niro wanted to rip pink off the spectrum. Rainbow wouldn't have had pink on it if Cam could got his hand on that shit.
Was you in Chicago when Jim almost got kidnapped? Like, what's the backstory behind that?
Hell fucking yeah, I was there with that motherfucker. Man, first of all, this is Cam got some Cam has some. Cam always had the reason why we went to Ohio. The reason why we went to Ohio, and I'm gonna fast forward back, was because Luke Abrazi, he introduced Cam to this dude. You know what I'm saying? And the dude started having convulsions, like real convulsions, like, and was calming himself down. Down by like smoking the weed. So he was calming himself down, smoking the weed. And me and Cam looking at this thing, like, what's wrong with this thing? So I look at Cam looking at this thing like,
my fault, y'all.
Be happening to me. Oh,
I'm like, yo, I wouldn't be able to chill with a nigga like Zeke, bro. He just look at this shit he be doing, bro. Look at this nigga.
That should be happening to me.
Look at this. Bro, imagine this nigga on an Addy or something, bro. This nigga on an Adderall is over.
And was calming himself down by like smoking the weed.
It's mad animated.
So he was calming himself down, smoking the weed. And me and Cam looking at this thing, like, what's wrong with this thing? So I look at Cam looking at this thing like, that should be happening to me. Oh, what's the? He's like, yo, that's your stomach. He's like, what is it? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, you don't know neither? Oh no. He said, but I do know that this right here now.
That 2020
twin. You bring this to Ohio, kill him. Short story short, that was in the whole 1.4 million. Now we talking about in the midst of that. Cam don't know what's wrong with his stomach. We don't know what's wrong with his stomach. We drive to motherfucking Chicago. We getting ready to do the show. 10 minutes before the show, Cam start having the convulsions I just showed you 2 seconds ago.
Oh, Cam is the one having the convulsions.
We like, rush him to the hospital. Jim goes to the club and it's like, stall him. We like, Cam be in there 20 minutes, get this shit together, give him, dose him up, whatever the fuck. We don't know what the fuck wrong with Killer. They admit Killer. Jim calls me 20, 40, 50 minutes, 30 minutes later, like, yo, come get me. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know where you at. You in Chicago. We just went to the hospital. Somehow, some way, God don't know. I don't know how God let him, because I'm the best nigga to kidnap any motherfucking way. I don't remember shit. I make it back to Killer. I make it back to Jim. I don't even know if I could do this. If I get on the floor, you see me? Somehow, some way, say this is the gas station where the pump is at. Jim is like this.
Hold up. Fuck that. I missed
Jim,
it.
I don't even know if I could do this. I'm the best nigga to kidnap any motherfucking way. I don't remember shit.
I knocked on my door.
I make it back to Killer. I make it back to Jim. I don't even know if I could do this. If I get on the floor, you see me? Somehow, some way, say this is the gas station where the pump is at. Jim is like this. Yo. I said, Jim, what the fuck you doing? He's like, he hop in the van. Boom, we just driving. I don't know where we going. We driving. We get to the hotel. He like, where the fuck Killer? I said, Killer's still in the hospital. So we go to the hospital. I said, what you was doing on the floor? He said, I got the money. I said, you got the money? He said, I ain't
he took the money for performing and then never performed.
These is in front of the hotel the next morning. Because we ain't never make it. Cam was omitted. We don't know this nigga Cam got IBS. He got immune bowel syndrome. But we don't know this. Cam don't even know this. He just think his stomach hurt. And when the hospital checked for it, they think he on dope. They think he's shooting himself. So Jim go speak to the dudes. They try to throw Jim inside of the truck and kidnap him. Jim weasel his way out. 3 niggas come out. It's some 6'5", 313. That's what I think he weighed. Another short nigga and another short nigga. 3 people, soon. Jim got one of these niggas. Joel's is chasing the other nigga. I got the 6'5", 313 nigga. I'm like, come on, man. Now, I'm squared up with the nigga. And right when I'm about to swing, bow, nigga hit me. I look, it's the nigga Joel's fighting. I'm like, Joel's, slap this nigga. Joel's running behind like that. I'm trying. I said, get this nigga. So I'm going to keep it 100. I close my eyes. Boom. Swing. This nigga's up against the car. I'm like, woo! I grabbed my chain. Somehow he had my chain again. I don't know, but I get it back. And I knock him out. And when I look up, there's
every time I hear about a nigga talk about every time I hear this nigga talk about a nigga got his chain, I just think about him saying how he caught the chain. Like, you feel me? Odell Beckham, Randy Moss shit.
Knock him out. And when I look up, there's a nigga with a gun to Jim head. We like, no. He goes like this. He an undercover police. He said, what the f going on out here? Why y'all niggas doing what the f going on? We like, I don't know what's going on, but we need to get the f away from here. He was like, yo, then Cam come out. He come out all like this. Because his stomach is f***ed up. And he like, no, shoot Jim. The undercover police pulled his badge out. We like, we just artists, we coming from New York. We threw the super, oh, we don't know nothing, please. Oh, please. We turn around, the car going. We turn around the car going. In Chicago.
What happened to Jim? What happened to Jim?
Crazy. So short story short, they tried to kidnap Jim.
Why? You never told us why. He never told us why. He just said that he took the money.
They think he on dope. They think he's shooting himself.
He just said that they yo, that was stupid. He never told us why. That's crazy. All that talking for nothing, bro. Damn, what happened to this dude? That's a fact.
I keep bringing up Milk 7. I don't know where he at.
Where's he at?
Milk off. Listen, Milk get high, cuz.
Where's he at though? Like, what happened to him?
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Wow.
He get high and come.
Where's he at? Where's he at though?
Don't nobody give a fuck. You do.
He's high.
I just saw a video today. There was Munchie B and Hefe talking about. That's why I brought it up.
Oh, listen.
They was saying he was saying some Munchie B said some shit or something like that. I saw that. You saw that?
No.
Munchie B and Hefe, they said that.
I stopped watching shit so much, guys. Certain shit getting my brain fucked up, bro.
I ain't even gonna cap. I ain't even caught up with all this FMW shit.
Especially when you talk about the same shit. Like when you talk about this, I'm tired of spotting out content. Let Cub be where he at.
We already talking about that.
No, I'm not talking about y'all.
Okay.
I'm talking about everybody. Listen, I'm talking east side. I'm talking east side, the west side, north side, and
I
south
don't
side.
fuck with it, but I'm
That's
just
not how
saying.
you talk to a general, Worm.
Man, I
What
thought
did
I
happen to
was
Milk 7-4?
Oh shit.
Take the
hookah.
Welcome back to Doc TV, man. I'm a working man. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy.
We don't
Please.
give a fuck, bro. We don't give a fuck, bro.
Imagine heading out for work in the morning,
Crazy.
only to find that your car is scraping the ground and all its wheels
Look
are
at
gone.
the Lex.
That is
Look at the Lex.
the crazy reality that drivers are facing all over the Bronx. And News 12's Morgan Scott now in Soundview with residents who say they're fed up.
Take a look at this red Toyota Camry, missing all 4 of its wheels and held up by just cement blocks. Neighbors say scenes like this are becoming the norm here on Rosedale Avenue.
I've lived in this neighborhood for a very long time, and I've never seen it like this before. To wake up in the morning to come out and see your car on the ground, it's tasteless and disrespectful.
So much so that people like Alberto Feliz, a former mechanic and now driving instructor, finds himself posting 1 damaged car a day on his social media.
This is typical. This is something that's been happening all over the Bronx from top to bottom. This could be a mom taking her kids to school.
Drivers say parking prices at this building's garage does not help lessen the risk of their cars being next.
It's $20 a day.
that.
So for the whole
Pay
month,
that
my truck
$20.
is $300. You got a regular car is $250. So nobody can really afford that. You got to take your chances and park on the street.
I've been living here 15, 20 years almost. And it makes no sense that we got to live like this.
Although not full theft-proof, buying wheel locks and installing an alarm system with wheel sensors are your best option to try and protect your wheels. It sounds
Niggas will still take your whole car, nigga, with that shit on it, bro. This is guaranteed. I done seen it happen, bro, with my own eyeballs, nigga. Niggas will still take your car with wheel locks, nigga, with fucking the lock for the steering wheel. I done seen niggas put the lock on the clutch and put it on the fucking steering wheel. I done seen niggas, I done seen it all, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Niggas can jack anything, bro. I'm telling you, bro. I done seen niggas use the same key for different cars. I done seen niggas, man, bro. I done seen a nigga use, I'm not gonna say the nigga name. We went to school with a nigga, bro. Nigga, I done seen a nigga. This nigga used to go to school. His whip, it wasn't. I don't even know if it was his whip, nigga. The shit had it. The nigga would use a flathead, my nigga. You feel me? Like, shit, I seen niggas steal whips. How niggas steal whips is different. Niggas can't. Yeah. The next thing niggas is gonna try to steal is them new whips, like them Teslas and shit like that. If they haven't already figured out a way.
How long have you been most wanted?
This the nigga we was just talking about yesterday. This the nigga I was just streaming with. I was just showing y'all yesterday. I was just streaming and showing y'all yesterday.
Been most wanted for? How much cars do you have?
He's part of that group that I was telling y'all. That little group.
What's your name?
He don't talk. I told y'all.
This is gonna be harder than I thought. Yo, 18.
It's Sean, it's License, it's just Dooley, it's a bunch of them.
License is the most wanted driver in New York. I mean, literally though, like for real. Y'all don't understand how many times I had to blur his face and change up his voice because this nigga is actually wanted, man. Yo, this video's extended clip of a video I already posted. Squeeze Team. Y'all want to see the full 1 hour version? I'm putting a free 7-day trial for my Patreon. All funds help support my content. But yo, most important thing, y'all. This one is for the A-Team. A-Team is shit warehouse. This place is a place where I actually don't know what this is. I ain't gonna front. I seen all the YNs, race car drivers, professional stunt drivers, most wanted stunt drivers come inside here, and I see no one.
Yo, bro, you making a video like this with a dirty ass coat on, bro? What the fuck is happening with this kid, bro? This nigga got a dirty ass coat on.
I actually do know what it is. It's my car shop. Let me introduce you to all my cars. Listen, y'all, welcome to my car warehouse. It's the first tour. Here's all my cars I've copped recently off YouTube. If you want to learn how to make YouTube money, subscribe to my Patreon. This is my first car. It's a Beamer. Don't ask me what type of car it's from. This one of my favorite cars. Back all the way up, please. This is my favorite car, Beamer. Something I forgot the name, but if you're a car guy, you know this is my next favorite car. It's my third favorite car that I just recently copped. Know what I mean, purchased by me fully. Know what I mean, shout out to the 18. Continue to subscribe so you can support the channel. I can get more cars. This is my next car that I copped to. I forgot what the name of this car. I think this is a Honda.
That shit is different. Just do it.
I was looking for that shit. You can do it. Thank you. You see it? That's my valet, man. Shout out to my valet. You know what I mean? Oh, that's my other key. I keep telling you I got. When my keys don't have the name. Oh, he got my other key. No, oh this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is my other key. Yo, thank you. I appreciate you. How do you use keys? I haven't done a car before. You turn it. What's a RS? And what's a BMW? I'm not a car guy. I don't. Quick questions. What's a RS? I'm not a car guy. I forgot which car that I had. I mean like
Audi, right?
Baby Urus.
Oh, Urus. Yeah, that's an
Audi. That means you Audi when the cops pull up. Indubitably. BMW. Black man winning. Which one is this one? This one right here, right? That's the BMW.
Hell no.
Oh, M5. They got the 5 now. I heard about the 3.
It's fire though. Look at the emblem, bro.
Indubitably.
The emblem just looks crazy.
Oh, this yours?
Yeah, the garage look like some GTA.
And this one?
Bunch of YNs. Look,
Damn.
Akis too. I
Another
told you,
one?
bro, them
And
Akis
another
is
one?
different, bro. Them Akis red different in New York, bro.
Okay, quick question. So, boom. You're part of the squeeze team? Allegedly. Yeah. So, allegedly speaking, how long have you been cutting up? Since you was 1?
Before I was born.
Damn. You was really incarnated to this shit.
To my blood.
Indubitably. Okay. So when you got in your first car,
Indubitably.
like the first thing you did, what was the first thing you did when you hopped in your first car? And what was that car like? What was your
drive,
what was your first car experience?
First car experience. I don't know. I'm bad at interviews. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm bad at nah, this is not interview. This is a vlog for my church.
I'm talking video. Wait, when I was with the 13. Okay.
So you just a YN. What's your name? Oh shit. This is gonna be harder than I thought. Do you drive? Okay, you get it somewhere. How long have you been most wanted for? Damn. What the? Okay, how much cars do you have? What a bomber class. Oh! He said, I said, how much cars you have? He did this.
That's his shit, gang. You got the GTA glitch. I've been trying to tell you.
How do I get money with him? Can you teach me how to get money with you? Yeah, I feel like, yeah, that's too heavy. You're right, man. Okay. So, boom, what's your number one tip when driving? Like, if I want to start cutting up, what's your number one tip? And then, oh my.
You're not driving.
Now, why you on my dick though?
That wasn't even me, gang.
Man, you said killed them in the background.
That was literally the car.
That was the car. So you don't want me to drive you. All of a sudden, you not on my dick. Right now with the ATL Wyatt Demon himself.
I'm from ATL now?
New York Worldwide Bomber Clad Global Intro Quad.
Okay.
You see, I ain't go front. Every time I hear SRT, even if you're from wherever you're from, I'm just automatically putting ATL on you. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay. So
like I did that to my exactly.
Yeah, black people.
Exactly. Like him, I already call him most wanted thug.
From Atlanta, bro.
Yep.
Black.
KJ.
Black. Atlanta.
Black. Atlanta. I literally, that's the first thing I said. You too. I see Lux. You see, back then I called you Atlanta thug, but now like the sweepers and shit, they got this. So you a Harlem thug now.
Nigga, not from the Bronx, you heard?
My fault. Wait, where you from?
She just wanna rock, thought he feeling.
What's up, Narc? What's
up, Elegance?
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
You got consent on my face again? You got consent? Yo, keep it distance. Keep it distance. Keep a safe distance. Arm. Arm left. Feet.
I'm sorry?
You got consent on my face again? To Eli TV dudes, pull up to the main channel, pull up to Body Cam, please.
I'm sorry?
You got consent on my face again? You got consent? Yo, keep it distance. Keep it distance. Keep a safe distance. Arm left. Arm left. What happened? You got consent on my face again first? Consent for what? Well, you got consent to talk to me? You uploading videos, right? What? You uploading videos, right? Who are you? You gotta show. You can't show my face unless you got a blur on my face. It's fine. Who are you, sir? Hello. TikTok, come on. Yo, what up? Give me a second. Shout out to the pit. What's the problem? Trying to figure out what's going on. That's it. Who are you?
Trying to figure out who are you from?
Huh? Who are you?
Where you
None
work?
of your business. Okay, that's none of your business. I'm just trying. All right, so keep it moving. Yeah, keep it moving. Habibi. Yo, Habibi, keep it moving, bro. You supposed to be my people. Yo, Habibi. No, I hate. What happened? I hate.
Bro, you out here.
You my guy. I'm out here, man. Keep it moving, man. I hate. Go back to work. I hate. Habibi, go back to work, Habibi. You telling me that I need consent? Consent for what, bro?
You came to the camera. You came to the camera. You came to the camera.
Did I give you consent to talk to me, bro?
Yeah, I'm in the public, right? On the sidewalk, right? We are too. We are too.
Bro. What's your business, bro? This your business? So what you want me to do with your business?
I'm asking you what you doing. That's all I'm saying.
No, he said you didn't ask me. You didn't ask me. He said that I need consent.
No, we came here because you came up like this, straight to his face.
Bro, I didn't even know that you guys was coming up to me, bro. I don't know who are you, bro. And I didn't even want to talk to you. I did not want you in my video. Bro.
They called me.
Who called you?
He called you?
Employee.
So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Nobody worried about him?
What's wrong with this guy, my bitch? He came in hot, bro, talking about that I need consent, bro. Like he was about to do something. You came all up in my face, brother, and that was not a good approach. You put your camera in my lens. You put your face in my camera lens, bro.
That's what they mean.
Yeah, keep it moving, bro. That's a bad way to promote your business, by the way. You heard? You heard?
Come inside.
Come inside. Are you inviting me inside? Are you inviting me inside? So he called them a beef. He called them.
Total insanity. The guy next door. Nobody was even worried about this goofball.
That's crazy, bro. The Habibi peeps. Yo, this is going to Iraq, you heard? I'm gonna send this shit to Iraq, nigga.
Eli total violent, nigga. I think Eli for the people.
Sam Bankman-Fried and Sean Diddy Combs.
That's crazy.
One of them, you fight all of them.
Yes.
I got something y'all want me to check out too. Let me know. Got y'all. Shit be crazy.
Gene Deal, happy to have you back.
Yo, this dude, right? Y'all don't be thinking this nigga indulged in some of them Diddy parties? He was around all that shit.
Man, you took it long.
It's something to think. I don't know. Nigga be having a lot to say. Let's see what this shit about. Hopefully this shit hitting, man. Rest in peace. Oh. Rest in peace.
We in the middle of Cash State, in the middle of South Hood, man. Feel what I'm saying? Like straight up, nigga.
If it ain't one thing, it's a motherfucking
Nigga, all the kingpins and myths, nigga, they come from my side of town, nigga. South Memphis, nigga.
Born in the 80s, crack baby. Damn. Got together, then that's my motherfucking brother.
They have vision, they have dreams and shit, but they don't put up no percentage or no effort trying to make that shit come to life. It's just like you being a workaholic, bro. It's like it ain't no telling where you end up in life. You know what I mean? Like you a workaholic and can't shit stop you and slow you down from getting your work done. It ain't no telling what you be in life.
Young Dolph, born Adolph Robert Thornton Jr. on July 27th, 1985, in Chicago, Illinois, was an American rapper, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Though born in Chicago, he was raised in Memphis, Tennessee, which became a central influence on his music and career. Memphis has a rich and complex cultural history, deeply rooted in music, food, and community, but it has also been impacted by drug-related issues, like many urban centers in the U.S.
Yeah, damn it, it's your boy Young Dog. It's the extra ignorant everything. You know what I'm saying? We in the South right now. You know what I'm saying? You know you're in Memphis, Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? South Memphis, you feel me? You can't stay where you is at. You could have went to the studio or downtown and done some of that old shit or done whatever, but really, you know what I'm saying? I'm showing y'all where this shit really come from, where this shit really came from, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the whole movement right now, nigga, this shit, nigga, we rock and roll now. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't about money, it ain't about us. You know what I'm saying? Salute to all the big dogs, you feel me? Salute to Gotti, salute to my boy Juicy J, you feel me? We tripping, man, you know what I'm saying?
Memphis is known as the birthplace of blues, with legendary figures like B.B. King and Howlin' Wolf shaping its musical identity. It also played a crucial role in the rise of soul and rock and roll.
They probably just muted that for copyright purposes. Yeah, that's just sad though.
It's producing icons like Otis Redding and Isaac Hayes. In hip-hop, Memphis has had
Yeah, see. I was just double checking.
producing icons like Otis Redding and Isaac Hayes. In hip-hop, Memphis has had a major influence through artists like 3-6 Mafia, 8-Ball and MJG, and later, Young Dolph and Key-Glock. The city's raw, unfiltered sound has shaped modern rap with its dark, bass-heavy beats influencing mainstream trap music. A voice from the streets, a heart full of ambition, and a spirit that couldn't be tamed. Young Dolph wasn't just a rapper, he was a movement. This is the story of a man who turned pain into power, independence into an empire, and left a legacy that will never fade.
Dolph was gonna be huge.
Raised by his grandmother, young Dolph grew up in the rugged streets of South Memphis, witnessing the struggles that would shape his music and mentality. Life wasn't easy. His parents battled addiction, and he quickly learned that survival meant thinking differently.
Staying out here too late. My grandma used to be like, come home, be home before dark. Summertime, she get dark about 8:30, damn near 9 o'clock. Nigga be damn near 12 o'clock coming to the house. Had to sacrifice getting a whooping every day. Even doing right around the corner over my auntie house, my cousin house, like that shit was crazy. I mean, they first got security in the hood. When niggas ran them boys' ass, I was like, niggas was shooting at their ass, they couldn't even stay over here. They were like, hell no.
Grandma, the lady who y'all talking about, Adam A. Rest her, man. Bless her soul. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace to grandma. Put him on that game.
To this day, bro, I use everything she told me and taught me to live my life, how I want to live my life. That's how I got everything I got. That's how I put stuff in order. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I don't care about money, but I know it's important because I got to take care of me and everybody. You know what I'm saying? And not literally just take care of them, but like show them the way, guide them, and keep shit together. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, bro, I was 13. I told myself I had to cut hair. You know what I mean? I started cutting both of my little brothers here. I got 2 little brothers. Man, we living with this old lady. I'm looking at her, bro, like, she old. It's only so much she can do. It's only so long she gonna be around.
Right.
I'm like, dawg, I gotta figure it out. Cause she kept telling her, like she kept telling me, and she was hard as hell on me, bro. I used to think my grandma was the meanest person in the world. Not the meanest lady in the world, the meanest grandma. I used to think she was the meanest person in the world.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Real talk, like, bro, I just knew she would. I'm like, bro, I'm the only person in the world go through this type of shit. Like, bro, they can't go outside until after 6 o'clock when the sun go down. God damn, grandma, I'm already black as hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? What it's gonna do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, she was just on a nigga.
Fucked up.
You know what I mean? Bro, I told myself I had to cut her on.
You heard what his grandma used to? He said his grandma used to not let him go outside until after 6 o'clock, after the sun go down, because he didn't want him to get darker.
The black as hell, like, you know what I'm saying? What it's gonna do? Go down. And his grandma, I used to think she was the meanest person in the world.
Crazy.
Mhm.
That's crazy.
Real talk, like, bro, I just knew she was. I'm like, bro, I'm the only person in the world go through this type of shit. Like, bro, they can't go outside until after 6 o'clock when the sun go down. God damn, grandma already black as hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? What it's gonna do? Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, she was just on a nigga. You know what I mean? Bro, I taught myself how to cut her. I'm like, man, bro, I gotta shit. I be wanting shit. Like,
That's crazy.
grandma gonna get a nigga. She gonna cook. We're gonna have something to eat. You know what I mean? But man, it's 3 of us, bro. Like, shit, we want snacks and shit at school.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm sick of that wearing the same pair of shoes. I'm sick of borrowing my cousin clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm sick of, like, we was just, man, we was, it's like, bro, we were, the main thing, bro, we was just super blessed. We had that old lady in our life, bro, and she just gave us the game. Like,
Young Dolph often rapped about the realities of street life, including hustling and the struggles that came with it. But he was also very strategic about how he portrayed his past. While he acknowledged being around the street hustle in Memphis, he always emphasized his transition into music and business as his way out. Young Dolph's rise from the streets of South Memphis to becoming one of hip-hop's most successful independent artists wasn't just about talent, it was about hustle, strategy, and a mindset that separated him from the rest. He didn't just rap about the street life. He learned from it and used those lessons to build an empire. Growing up in South Memphis, Dolph saw the drug game up close. His parents battled addiction, and he was raised primarily by his grandmother. This environment taught him two things early on. Survival depended on hustle. There were only a few ways to make it out, and for many young men, hustling drugs was one of them. Independence was key. Watching others fall into the traps of the streets made him realize he had to think differently if he wanted real success. In several interviews, Dolph mentioned that while he was around the hustle, he quickly realized the long game wasn't in the streets. It was in ownership and control. Dolph's breakthrough wasn't just because of his rapping ability, it was because of his business mindset. Instead of waiting for a label deal, he applied the same hustle mentality from the streets to his music. Investing his own money, he funded his own mixtapes, pressing CDs and selling them hand-to-hand like a product on the block. Building his own network, he moved like a self-made boss, distributing music in different cities and creating his own demand. Not relying on labels, unlike many artists who signed deals early, he refused to let anyone own his work. This decision made him millions in the long run. His 2008 mixtape, Paper Route Campaign, was the foundation of his movement, and from there, he kept building. Young Dolph built an impressive catalog of successful projects, proving his dominance as an independent artist. High Class Street Music Series, 2011-2015, a mixtape series that helped Dolph gain recognition in the...
It's just a nigga talking. Can't do it. Gotta see like something, you feel me? Like, I can't just sit there.
What do you make?
A lot of stuff that took place. A lot of stuff that.
It's the same group that's there would have been guys that were there when it was just 50 Cent's group. It's the same group that's there. And we came to that room, we talked about, I think I irritated him earlier playing with the Entourage. Yeah. With MO and them, like, cause I look.
Thanks, is that true?
His crew, yeah, look, listen to this. Our crew, look at this. my crew, because initially it's all mines, right? Breaks off in the cells. We have more success than we anticipated after Get Rich or Die Trying. It goes boom. Now, Hunger for More is there. It's the same group that's there would have been guys that were there when it was just 50 Cent's crew. You see what I'm saying? But now they work for Banks. So it's like the road manager, the tour people, I don't care if they was just carrying bags. Actually, Slow Bucks comes from the bags area, carrying the bags. So everybody that was there broke off in the cells. There was Banks' crews, Yayo's crew, and these are all guys that come from the original crew that just broke. Now everybody has a job function and income, and actually, like, you know, everybody getting paid.
And feeling themselves?
No, but really, we just all have relationships with everybody from a longer period of time than usual because we all was around at one point in the very beginning. So when you actually have, when you're the leader of your actual crew and you actually leading them in a different, it can get uncomfortable when someone else comes around and they view him as the lead. Like, you the big homie, and then I come and they go, oh, the big homie. And he, like, what you mean?
50's definitely the big
homie the night before, like.
All right, so you said that since you're big homie, then you're saying big homies.
No,
How did that
what
make
I'm
you guys
saying
feel?
to you is the big homie don't necessarily like the adjustment that these niggas is making when the guy comes around that they saying is the big homie. Because he's actually providing the way that they actually eat.
Meaning
It's by
you're
way,
the big homie and they're the big homies.
yes. So
Okay,
it's like
so
when they
big
do,
homies, how did you feel? Is he right?
I feel like I just hate when somebody use the big homie, like as for me or Blue, to come around, and then they around the big homie and they feel like they don't need you no more because they got around Fifth. That's what happens to me a lot. Like, I have dudes in my entourage be around me, but the plot is not really to be loyal or be down with me. The plot is like, yo, I just want to get around Fifth. Right. What the fuck I need you for? So shit like that, I don't like.
But you're used to that.
I'm used to, of course.
I just look, it's irritating when you got people around you that respond to you a certain way and then you see them be different when someone else comes around.
Exactly.
And when that happens, it started to feel like maybe
that's crazy.
You don't want me around because I feel that energy, the discomfort. Whenever
Does that go on there?
Yeah, whenever I read the discomfort, I'm like, oh, so then you got it then. You cool, then you know that
it's the only way
you got to be responsible for your people. Tell me at what point any of y'all was in jail that you didn't get bailed out? Right. I bailed y'all. Right, you every time, whether you was in a different country, state, wherever you was at, I bailed you out. Right. I paid $400-something thousand for your case in LA. Word. So in each one of these situations, you look and you say, you got to have it. You got to hold on to it to have it for no matter how many days the sun shines, there's going to be a rainy day.
Definitely.
And you're going to be the big homie in that position. You got to be able to have it to help them when that situation comes up around. That's it. You know, like, and that they've been that for those cells, for those people that are there. And it's a lot just in that. Like you
go from 4 dudes who are together, 3 dudes who are together, 4th one comes in the picture, everyone's all love. 2002 to 2005, nonstop success, money, music. People can change on you in that way. And the whole dynamic, you guys grow, be your own bosses, your own labels, your own artists, maybe whatever it is. At the same time, you're still the biggest. How do you all juggle that? How do you feel like your own man and your own thing if you're going to come into the picture and somebody might change the way they're treating you? And then how do you treat each other and all that? Isn't it that?
For me, it's simple because we always treated each other as men first and foremost. So it's even though 50 is looked upon as big brother, or some people may look at look at him as the boss or whatever. 50 don't give off that to us.
I don't care.
He don't care about that shit.
From the outside perspective, how that treated you,
but the outside perspective never makes it to us. We so beyond that. We ain't built off of what you think about us.
But
we built off what it really is.
I think the outside perspective, it gets hard sometimes because, like, I have motherfuckers that want to come to my house and fix shit, and they see a picture of 50 banks and, 11 million sold records and the price for plumbing.
That was interesting. See what's up with this
Dalton
lady.
Mayor Tiffany Henyard.
Tiffany Henyard.
Tiffany Henyard is around. It is always interesting.
Only one word come to mind, and that's demon, possessed.
I've never seen anybody work so hard. I'm going to the end with her.
Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
How are you? To you, what is the biggest thing against Tiffany that you would say don't vote for her whatsoever? No, you won't. But you said Keith Freeman bought him, right? What is this?
What is that?
That's your signature, dude.
That someone used, and I told you that.
So someone
but I got a
forged
lot
your
of-
signature.
They did.
Oh shit. She's been viral lately too. I don't know what the fuck she been having going on with her.
Tiffany Henyard, the super mayor. She's the local politician from Dalton, Illinois, south side of Chicago, that's been causing international headlines about her antics. We did a piece on her about a year ago to this day, and we cooked her. Over 5 million of you tuned in to see the antics and the corruption that were happening in Dalton, Illinois. And I kept in touch with Tiffany. Every now and then I'd kind of tease her on Instagram when I'd be in her town.
You on your block, Tiffany? What you gonna do about?
And she never responded until September 11, 2024. She said, hello, give me a call, which I was surprised to hear. We didn't make the friendliest piece about it. I called her and texted her, and it took until November to get on a phone call with her.
I think one of the important pieces will just be us getting to sit down, clearing the air, talking about, you can address like, hey, when you said this in your piece, like this is where I think it was wrong, and then I can respond to that. And
What makes you want to do this anyway? What's wrong with you? You alright?
because I think you're an interesting person, and I think I like covering one-of-one characters, and I think you're a one-of-one character.
After that, it took until February to book an in-person meeting. But she reached out and said she wanted to tell the story from her point of view and show me what it's like in the life of a super mayor. And that me and the rest of the media that covered her are fake news and that we lied on her name. Is that possible? She tried inviting me to a turkey giveaway, but I said, I don't want to just do PR for you, Tiffany, because I wanted to see for myself in person Tiffany Henyard, the super mayor, the cult of personality that's behind the international headlines.
Yeah,
of
she tried to invite him
controversy
to an
and
event.
hate.
Nah, I
when
don't
I
want to
spoke
go
to her
to
on
an
the phone, she was adamant that I had done her dirty, that she is actually a hero in the town. At one point, she actually compared herself to Jesus Christ.
there's so much out there about the stuff you've done that to just, I think 100% of it is false. It's hard to believe.
But didn't they do that to Jesus Christ? So what's the difference with Tiffany Henyard?
In Jesus
I'm
Christ.
being crucified in the public eye.
So it got me wondering, is it possible that she has been totally misrepresented and she is actually the hero the town of Dalton has been looking for, and that she's a servant of the people? Or is it possible that she is the biggest villain the town has ever seen, a pathological liar, and an agent of chaos destroying the city? Last year when we covered her, we brought the receipts. This year when we covered her, we brought even more. A whole lot of them, in fact. We're talking federal indictments on the table here, folks. Let's go to Dalton, Illinois, and see what it's really like meeting the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard. And for those that don't remember, let's first recap Tiffany Henyard's insane behavior that we documented on our first piece on her. Remember, folks, she is a mayor of a small South Chicago town of 20,000 people and found it necessary to roll around in a convoy of Tahoes with armed security escorting her out of the car like a queen. When she took office in 2022, Dalton had a surplus of $5.6 million, and now just over 2 years later is in a deficit of $3.65 million. In the category of outrageous spender, Tiffany gets a gold medal. Among her expenditures, Tiffany paid the police overtime to protect her, including one officer that logged over 300 hours on a single payroll. She took first-class flights and ate at steakhouses around the country, spent $1 million plus on her own personal ice rink, spent $5,000 just on wigs, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. But now, folks, things are a little different. The walls seem to be closing in around Tiffany. She no longer has her Tahoes. She has to rely on her married boyfriend, Kamal, to drive her around. And she is under heavy federal investigation where apparently many of her former allies are beginning to turn informant on her. Today's episode will consist of 2 parts. Part 1 is us spending a day hanging out with Tiffany, and Part 2 is us covering Election Day in Dalton against her top rival, Jason House. There's a lot of action here today, folks, so let's dive in.
Yeah, stealing bread. And that was just last episode. I guess that was just last episode. This is a new one.
You smell that? It's election season, folks. We're back, touching down on Dalton, and today's the election that determines whether Tiffany Henyard stays as mayor or someone else wins. We're here, boots on the ground, ready to rock and roll and get to the bottom of this. So I'll keep you posted as the story develops.
You did videos like with gangbangers, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You look more clean cut though.
Thank you.
Today we interviewed her and she's excited. She said she's going to take home the win. I see no competition. So when I come in with a landslide this evening, I'm going to be so great. Y'all can all come to the after party and we can talk about it.
It's election day. What's going through your head?
We're waiting on these results to come in and have a landslide victory. We got tired
Like
of the
what?
lack of
She's talking about
transparency,
having an
lack
after
of
party
engagement in the community, disrespect to the community, and first-class trips being done on our taxpayer dime. So we sat down together.
said we
I was
having a
selected. I'm pleased to be selected from the team, and now it's time that we change the narrative of Dalton.
To you, what is the biggest thing against Tiffany that you would say don't vote for her whatsoever?
Only gonna give me one. It really is the image that's been put on our community because our community is not what's being portrayed in the media. And then we look up and don't have the resources that we really need.
She said that the FBI has not contacted her whatsoever. Is that possible?
It's possible that they haven't contacted you yet, but I also would say the subpoenas led a clear trail on what they're interested in.
WGN Investigates has obtained copies of new subpoenas that show the investigation is widening.
Describe the character of Tiffany Henyard.
Only one word come to mind, and that's demon possessed. I am praying that tonight the village of Dalton will be victorious in getting rid of Tiffany Henyard and her goons. They even came to my house.
She said she didn't buy the Tahoes and none of the vehicles you purchased.
No, hell no.
Her signature is on the lease.
So she definitely bought the Tahoes.
Yeah, I mean, her signature is all over them. Of course she bought the Tahoes.
Her very brilliant boyfriend, Kamal, had an explanation, though.
It's not even her responsibility. Her responsibility is to be a mayor. You got people that stand next to you that's supposed to be handling the business. By the time it makes it to you, it's for approval.
This is Kamal, a married man who is also Tiffany's boyfriend, chief advisor, and her full-time driver. And you may be familiar with him as the guy that got into a brawl at Tiffany's town hall meeting.
Brawl just the latest drama for Henyard, who also serves as Dalton mayor and is under investigation by the FBI.
With his prestigious resume of running a car wash / party venue that currently owes over $148,000 in back taxes, Tiffany wisely selected him to be the director of Thornton Township's youth programming with a salary of $108,000.
That still falls on you. You were supposed to train them. You were supposed to watch them. You didn't do that.
She not only knew about it, she told them what type to get.
Is there any chance you think she wins today?
I think we're going to win, and our goal is to win with 82% of the vote.
She doesn't have a shot in hell.
What are you looking for to happen today?
Change. It is absolutely disgusting what's happened in this village over the last 4 years.
Because the people of Dalton, they just deserve better.
Who do you think are her allies? Like, why would someone support her at this point?
She take people and she give them the most they've ever made.
You take that, scan that QR code, all that information there. So I don't want to.
But here's the thing: if it's the truth, why you're not going to speak on it? See, that's the thing. If you're really passionate about the truth, I would say it.
We team Tiffany. She's a wonderful mayor.
What do you love about her?
Everything.
You think she's going to win today?
I hope.
Did you guys vote for her the first time around?
I never did.
No.
I never did.
No.
I helped her with her
certainly
campaign.
did not.
And what made you leave her campaign?
I was more than just that to Tiffany. I was her daughter's godmother.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you're voting against her.
I don't live here in Dalton. I flew in from Florida to be here.
What made you do that?
My husband's the ex-police chief.
Lewis?
Collins.
Oh.
Shame on you.
What's your guys' take on Lewis Lacey?
He's a joke. He's a shame. He's a disgrace.
Folks, last time I was in
Yeah,
Dalton,
it seems like everybody's
something happened
corrupted
to me and my team that I felt was wrong. There's a stop we need to make.
Last year, when I visited Dalton, I tried to find Tiffany for an interview at the local town hall. In doing so, I was absolutely swarmed by Dalton PD, and I had a showdown with Louis Lacey, the former police chief who is built like a potato.
I know who you are. Get your information.
That's the same guy that they said that she approved or whatever the fuck, so he could get paid fucking however many hours or however much on his salary, nigga, overtime, nigga. You feel me? Which was a force.
Get it right. That sounds like a threat.
Coming back valid.
Okay, gentlemen, have a good day. Are you gonna get in your vehicle? I'll get in mine, you get in yours?
Go to your car. Have a good day. So today I visited Dalton PD headquarters to look for Lacey to have a friendly conversation.
I'm looking for an old friend, Louis Lacey.
He hasn't been employed with the village since like August.
Is Louis Lacey here? If you guys find him, let him know that I'm interested in beating his ass, all right? Thank you. Louis Lacey, if you're any type of man, which I know you're not, you find me at Tommy G. McGee on Instagram, and you take me up on this challenge.
Officer Lacey, you want to handle this like a real man? I will pay you a week's salary. Any gym in Illinois or Wisconsin, I'll meet you there, handle it like men. If I lose, I give it to you. If I win, donate to charity. But I'm pretty sure you're going to keep your little butt in the office. You're not going to take up a real challenge.
I'll expedite this ass whooping straight to you. You tell me where to meet and when, and let's just say, I hope you have good insurance.
Not extra.
Hey, I stopped by to try and say hi to Louis.
We told you that.
I know, but I just got to follow down leads, you know?
Oh, okay.
Are you feeling good, Tiffany? You feeling confident?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to hit a few places around Dalton. Let's make sure to link up today. This is history in the making.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What do you think about the Tahoe expenditures?
For I don't know about that.
What do you think about the first class flights?
I don't know. Personally what they do, I don't know. I'm just here to support it.
You don't have any opinion on it?
Yeah, ain't nobody said nothing about fight.
We volunteer. We from Southside Chicago.
See, y'all don't even live here.
So why show up today then?
Right. We volunteering. The question is,
why?
The question is why show up? If why not show up?
Are you guys on our payroll?
She had to get supported from the south side of Chicago.
She got her family from Southside Chicago.
Are you on our payroll?
I'm just here.
You're not
that's
getting
her
down?
family.
And that,
But what had you coming all the way from the south side to volunteer? In public, unfortunately, you can't. No, I'm telling you what it is, though. No, you won't.
no violence.
No, you won't.
We are the peacemakers.
You won't do it. I hope 3-piece and a biscuit's not going to be served for lunch. You know what I mean? Excuse me. Sorry. I know he didn't say it to me. I don't know who he said it to, but it wasn't to me.
It ain't gonna happen.
10-4, we have a Tiffany Henyard sighting at the Diekman Elementary School, okay? All units report to the area. We'll see you
Or
on
give
the
it to Tommy G's. That nigga's a gangster. That nigga said no, he won't. He's in Chicago.
You guys seen it recently?
It smells good.
So yes or no for Tiffany? We got news crews. We got the sheriffs. We got more news crews getting the scoop. And Tiffany Henyard is sitting in her car. I don't know if she's playing games on her phone or, I don't know, maybe writing another verse for another song that she's going to record, but we're anxiously awaiting. Hey, Tiffany.
Man, what makes you think the next 4 years will be different from the previous 4?
Because we're going to do unity amongst community this time around.
Anything you want to explain to the voters?
Yeah, give me 1 minute. Let me go vote.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Can we get you voting?
Yeah.
She's gonna vote for herself.
Nobody can come in.
Yeah,
I have to get out. Hold on. Don't push me down, please.
Tiffany, let's mic you up for this.
did that because the camera on.
Morning.
Word. Shout out to H. I didn't know you was in here, nigga.
LBs.
Shout out to my brother H, man.
Okay.
I hope all of y'all subscribe to H's.
She don't do the day-to-day operations. That's why you have a village administrator and a senior advisor.
But if you're responsible for running the budget of a town, and the budget's going astray
You're talking about
because
the person that's allotted the car, right?
Mhm.
So they have to do what? Spend it responsibly, right? Who sees it before she sees it?
the guy that spent it, the accountant, whoever has access,
Bam!
whoever has
Bam,
access
bam,
to
bam. But if the CPA that's set in place, right, does not report it to the lead, the top, how would you ever know? You running a business, right? Like a real business. This is basically a Fortune 500. You know what I'm saying? You running 2 Fortune 500s and both of them municipal. You get what I'm saying? So when you're doing the hiring, it's not you, it's HR.
So if I get understanding correctly, she's not involved in the hiring and she's not involved in the spending.
How do you involve yourself in something you don't even have a car with?
The government.
130
Hey, y'all.
How's it going?
How y'all doing?
Good. How are you?
Y'all two laughing right there. What's
Good to
up?
meet you.
Good to meet you too.
How are
Good to
you?
see you. Hey, guys.
How's it going?
The one, the only Tiffany Henyard.
Finish getting ready.
Finally we meet.
Huh?
Finish
Yeah.
getting ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish get ready and I'll
Okay.
be back.
Cool,
But
cool,
I
cool.
just- They gonna give you a whole layout of everything.
Perfect.
Yep. All right.
First comment I can say off the bat, she has charisma.
Yeah.
Which I'm not surprised by.
What's your favorite food?
Actually, I love Mexican. Then also
Hey, did you
pasta
call
Italian. So we're about to go and talk to residents. Door knock, what we do normally during campaign season, just to show you guys that I am truly loved by the residents of Thornton Township. Oh. Look who it is. The one and only Leah. Hey. How you doing, Mama? So cute. Yeah. Good to see you. I said, you flying over here, girl. How are you doing? How you
What's up, though?
doing?
At least you
I am
outside.
well.
At least
Tell
it look
everybody
like
so
it.
the world can understand what it is your super mayor do.
She do a whole lot. Okay, she look out for her people. Is she underrated? You know what I'm saying?
I moved from the Chicago area, and in order for us to have festivals or things that we did, it was never in our communities. Since I've been in this township, festivals for every holiday, and I was able to go to the food pantry. And when I looked at my box, I had shrimp, I had chicken, I had a turkey. You know, it was good food. I've never seen anybody work so hard, and even after being humiliated, I'm going to the end with her. I'm going to the end.
Why do you think she's so targeted right now?
Look at what y'all doing. Y'all are terrorizing the community. Y'all think y'all terrorizing her, but y'all really terrorizing the community with all the things that y'all doing, all the negative things that y'all throwing out there. Y'all hurting us. So what do I think about the news that's out there? I think a lot of it is false news. I think a lot of it is slander. They hate on her, period. And it's true.
She's been targeted because she's black and she's young and she's female. That's 3 strikes against her.
Some of the people we interviewed last time we were here that were speaking against her were also black and female.
Mhm.
How
They
do you
got on the bandwagon.
If a leader is going on first class flights,
Seems
going
like
to
she's outside with them
steakhouses, how do you feel about that as a taxpayer?
Seems like she
Why
really
she
be
supposed to
outside.
fly coach? Why she supposed to ride a bus or whatever? Why she not supposed to
Right.
have more than one security guard?
I think every mayor eats steaks.
Right.
I think every
Right.
mayor.
Yo, that's a fact. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact, bro. Let's be real, bro. They all live good. We seen Mayor Menino's crib, all that. Come on, my nigga.
Travels.
I think she's doing exactly what she's entitled to do. She's a supervisor. I think she goes over budget for the community.
I was starting to wonder if I was being North Korea'd by Tiffany, you know, where everything is staged and carefully arranged to give you a reality that they want you to see. What I
He said North Korea by Tiffany. That's crazy work.
thought door knocking was canvassing every house on the street to ask their opinion, not just a pre-selected resident that appears to have gotten free stuff from
Randomly.
Tiffany. This whole
Yeah.
experience had me questioning what was real. Was it possible that she was actually really good for the people of Dalton and that she was the victim of a fake news campaign? That's what I had to find out. If you get reelected, what's something you want to do in your
You
as
mean
mayor?
when I get reelected?
When
If
you
I'm gonna
get
come in by a landslide like Trump did, just know that So when I get reelected, I'll be able to really show the residents, those that's been blind, to what it is that I truly vision for the Southland, which is growth, opportunity, businesses.
Tiffany, we are at the infamous ice rink right now.
Mm-hmm.
The ice rink that was claimed to be your personal party spot. Is it open to the public? What's going on here?
Yeah, come on. People can
Where's the
tell
ice?
whatever lies all they want, but this is the ice in the garage. We didn't put the ice down this season because they wouldn't allow Public Works to basically help us with the ice.
So people in the public have been using this ice rink?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, y'all! It's your mayor, Tiffany A. Henyard, the people's mayor. We here in the village of Dalton, and we
That's
about
fire.
to get our skate on. Remember,
Fire.
when all 5 of them trustees said no, look what God did.
Tiffany claims the ice rink was open to the public, but there is no proof of that at all. And her opponents will point out that the only time they saw the rink in use was when Tiffany was throwing private parties there.
The first year we opened it, we put the ice was down. So it was dope.
But it's used in the summer too to skate?
Yeah, it's open all year round.
I'm getting ready to get out of this seat because that's a bald-faced lie. It was only open when she was having an event there, and she invited the residents to come there to her event.
Anything for Tiffany here, let me just make this crystal clear to everybody. I pay for my own everything. My clothes, my hair, my makeup, my whatever. It comes from Tiffany here's money, meaning me. I pay them directly.
And she said,
I'm getting ready to get out of this seat because that's a bald-faced lie. It was only open when she was having an event there, and she invited the residents to come there to her event.
Anything for Tiffany here, let me just make this crystal clear to everybody. I pay for my own everything. My clothes, my hair, my makeup, my whatever. It comes from Tiffany here's money, meaning me. I pay them directly.
and she said that the purchases from the beauty supply shop for wigs, they were not wigs for her, but for somebody else.
You're gonna make me laugh.
Come on,
that's untruth.
No,
and
that's
if that was so, she would have stated who she purchased it for and gave the receipts.
So anything else that's happening, I couldn't tell you nothing about because I don't even rock like that. I just told you where I come from. So why do I have to pay any other type of way?
And none of the vehicles you purchased.
No, hell no.
Did you think that was a bad negotiation to pay $50K over asking for it?
I just think that people should tell the truth and stop lying on other people to get out
Maybe one wig or something, but bro, like 11 wigs they
of their
said.
situations. I'm not into it.
Another of the accusation was that you had the police shoot up a
Thousands
rival.
of dollars.
Shooters. This is comical. I told you it's too many rumors. Why would I do that?
These people have terrorized the residents, went to people's homes. They even came to my house.
There is no media allowed in the school.
We're going to set it up so you can see her voting from, not behind, from the front. Okay?
That's crazy. $800 for a wig is crazy. $800 is crazy work.
How y'all doing today?
Good. What's going through?
You gonna be a bald ass bitch fucking with me, nigga? I ain't paying for no fucking $800 wig.
Right now, Tiffany.
I'm excited. I can't wait till this evening's results come through. I am excited for the residents of Dalton.
Is there anything in hindsight that you would have done
Both get in the face, son.
differently over these last 4 years?
Yeah, I would have told one of the trustees sooner. I think that I was blindsided from the go. I came in 2021. When I came in 2021, I was faced with a recall. So you never gave me the opportunity to continue to govern, and I want the opportunity to govern my time. I think the time is now.
If you don't win, what are you going to do?
I might run for something bigger.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we're just a chaotic scene here at the voting booth, clamoring the media.
Get an $800 wig, bitch. You better wear that shit 12 months. You feel me? Better buy yourself a wig once a year, nigga.
Sheriffs, citizens trying to vote, a push, a melee at the front, but the super mayor came in, placed her vote, and she's confident she's going to be having a victory.
I'm excited. I'm excited. A lot of people are coming out. People see that we need change in Dalton. Regardless of the videos and the receipts, that's not receipts. People see that there's a cloud over Dalton And the sun is out today because it's going to be a good day.
Do you think it's going to be close?
Not even close. Not nowhere near. Because these people here hate her.
Do the trustees get the paperwork from the CPA?
They do. They own bank accounts too that they're not supposed to be on.
Can you prove it?
Oh, it's already proved. It's on the internet. You saw it? You ain't see it?
No, I didn't see
You
it.
ain't see the checks get wrote?
What checks?
Oh, you ain't see the checks? Oh, you ain't been watching.
Which checks?
It's checks for stuff that they wrote.
Like what?
Attorneys, for other things, stuff for other people.
If the trustees are stealing, why,
I didn't say they were stealing.
I think you just did.
No, I didn't.
You just said
I
they're
didn't say
stealing, they're getting checks.
I said they on bank accounts.
So wouldn't that be stealing?
Yeah,
What's
he
your
didn't
name?
say stealing. He said
Hold
they
on
on
one
bank
second.
What
account.
am I doing?
Big.
And we're gonna see what it is tonight.
Is Tiffany having an election party?
Yeah, we are having a victory moment. That's what we're gonna call it. It's gonna be victory.
I pray that she be gone today because we need somebody who's gonna do right by the communities and the township, who's gonna be honest, who's
Sounds like it's hit or miss with her right now.
gonna do the bookkeeping correctly, and who's gonna tell the residents what it really is out here.
We like to give a lot of attention to the national elections, but I think local elections matter just as much, if not more, because that's who makes the decisions on expenditures in your town. It is fascinating to see a local election in a town you probably never heard of get so big.
He runs the food pantry. We got GA.
Not Dr. Scott's food pantry.
No, I don't know who Dr. Scott is. Who's Dr. Scott?
She was a lady that was having a lot of trouble getting funding for her building.
Oh, the lady that had all the drywall exposed in the video and the building wasn't finished.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you do know Dr. Scott. So the last time we were here, Tiffany was kind of shutting her down, but now it's absolutely cracking.
How did I see you guys walking up? Hey, how are you?
This is Dr. Scott. She runs a nonprofit food pantry called Free Indeed, a cool community concept in which residents get to pick out their food grocery store style. Last time we had met with her, she was in financial dire straits due to Team Tiffany preventing her from running her business by weaponizing the city licensing process. Here's what was new with her. Good to see you, Dr. Scott.
Good to see you too. Look at you.
I know, I had to wear my best to Dothan today.
A lot is going through my mind today. I am thinking about everything that has happened, and we have gotten to this point where we're praying that it'll be a change of power for the village of Dalton so that we can move forward. It's a grocery store, but everything is completely free. The community needs this. As you can see, the line is always around the corner, and it's fresh produce, meats and everything. We were able to relaunch our Mom 911 program because before we didn't have the repairs done, but now we're able to give out Pampers and wipes and different things, and it's all free. It's all free. If you remember the last time that you guys were here, we had just flooded. We needed repairs to be done, and this room was not even done. But here, this is our health and nutrition space, and so we use this space to have health workshops about high blood pressure.
This is so good for the community. Why would someone block it?
I have no idea.
Do you believe she blocked Dr. Scott from functioning within her nonprofit?
Without a shadow of a doubt. And we went and talked with Dr. Scott. And I just felt so bad for her because she had purchased this building. And I think she spent like $600,000 or $700,000, and her program was fantastic. And this lady was blocking her with permits. She was blocking her with inspections. And not only that, the inspectors, the code enforcers.
My thing is, why? Why would you do that? I don't get it. Why? Why would you stop something positive for the community?
Were not certified to do any type of inspections at all.
This area here, when we purchased the property, the idea was to open up, a thrift store to give people access to quality items. We have not been able to do that.
How long has this been sitting vacant for?
July.
And you still have to pay property taxes.
Yes.
You still have to pay rent. You still have to pay overhead, insurance,
I
all of that.
still have mortgage. I still have insurance. I do partner with other
other organizations that give me volunteers, but I do have a small team that we have to pay payroll because we still function. We still try to serve the community by having the grocery store available.
Last time I felt like you had a little bit of a weary spirit, but right now you're full of energy and vibrancy.
Yeah.
What's the change?
Well, the change is that we're able to help the community more. You know, thanks to you guys, that video went viral and people did donate and we were able to maintain. And so I'm excited.
Well, folks, I think this deserves a good sequel. So we're going to have a part 2 to this fundraiser. I'm going to put $1,000 down. And you, the people back home, and we raised $40,000, over $40,000 last time as a community crowdfunding for something good. And you see the mission, how it's expanded. And I think if we can add to that, it's beautiful. So that GoFundMe link will be in the pinned comments. Donate whatever speaks to you, from $5 to $1 million. If you got it. I had been calling Tiffany all election day to meet with her, and she proved to be a slippery character. Luckily, locals told me where she was, and I rolled up on her because I was dying to confront her about a couple of lies she had told me to my face. Here's what happened. How's it going out there?
What's up? It's going great. It's going good, actually.
Yeah? What's standing out to you about today so far?
What's standing out is that the people loving on me, supporting me, coming out, and basically praying for me. So I love that part.
There's something I gotta ask you about. Last time I talked to you, I asked you about the Tahoes. What did you tell me?
From Vegas to Chicago, I rode around in Tahoe.
Tiffany showed me a sneak peek of a song she was dropping. And in that song, I heard the lines, "From Vegas to Chicago, riding around in Tahoes," after she had just told me she had nothing to do with the Tahoes. So I had to see what the hell was going on. So just to tell the people what's going on, you're about to debut. Is this a sneak peek at a song?
Oh yeah, definitely. People, to feed my people. From Vegas to Chicago, rode around in Tahoe. 17 cities.
You just read about it. Where are the Tahoes? Where are the Tahoes? Do you have a song about any of the steakhouses or flights? But you said Keith Freeman bought them, right?
We went over that, but today is about my election. Today I want to talk about my election.
But what the hell
I
is
want to
this?
talk about my election.
What is this?
What is that?
That's your signature, dude.
That someone used, and I told you that.
So someone
what I gotta lie
forged your
for?
signature.
They did. The board knows about that, so why don't you ask them about it?
If you look at me in my face and tell me something, and then someone's like, "Hey, she lied to you," look
I
at the
didn't lie
thing.
to you. I did lie. I did not
So
sign that.
Keith Freeman forged your signature.
Yes.
To see if it's possible if Keith Freeman forged Tiffany's signature, let's compare this signature with other Tiffany signatures that we have. And we have many of them here, here, and here. So it's either Tiffany is adding yet another lie to the pile, or Keith Freeman is the best forger that Dalton's ever seen. If this
Such
isn't
as the
substance,
trustees-
it's
hold
on paper.
Hold on. Let's talk about the trustees stealing $100,000.
Let's talk about it.
And they gave to their lawyer just February 11th or the 13th.
How'd they steal it?
They wired the money to him. They're not on bank accounts. How are they doing it? Let's talk about Jason House giving the lawyer $108,000 that he signed on a check and he's not on the bank account. That's the real
Yo, this is just a YouTuber she's talking to. Remember that.
stuff. I put up receipts. Y'all don't talk about that. Y'all talk
Where are
about
your
fluff.
receipts?
Online.
Where?
Online.
Well, we looked for them and we found her YouTube channel, Tiff Speaks the Truth. She says she's being open and transparent, but something odd is happening. 1, there are no real receipts. 2, the comments are turned off, which is odd for someone trying to be transparent. But 3, we did notice a sick preview to her music video, To Feed the People. Check this out.
Starving the poor, I'm feeding the people.
Pretty cool, right? But no receipts. So the search for Tiffany's truth continues. The wigs, the hairdresser, that was your hairdresser that bought the wigs, not Keith Freeman.
See the stuff you're talking about. What else?
But
you got
I went and looked
What
back
else
to
you
the
got?
receipts.
What else? What else?
Folks, Tiffany's own personal stylist bought these wigs for her after she got elected. This is footage of them together. And here are pictures from the mannequins of the store in which the wigs were bought and Tiffany wearing them on her head. How much more blatant of a lie can you make? And my question is this, Tiffany, if you're assigned this money and there's nothing wrong about this, why hide it? Why not just own it and say, yeah, those are my wigs? But it's just another example of the pathological manner in which Tiffany lies and operates. But you moved past, it's literally on
Let's talk
paper.
about some of the stuff that I put out that y'all not talking about. Such as the money that I just spoke of. You're gonna mention that. What about the money that we do have? We got $2.4 million in an MFT fund. Why? But we broke, right? So how money coming up missing to pay your lawyer, but you're not taking care of the residents. You're not doing the sidewalks, the streets, the alleys. But we got $2.4 million to do them at. This is what we're supposed to do, but we're not doing it. And when I say we, not me, the board of trustees, because they control the purse.
Like everyone just targeting you. You're the best mayor that's ever happened. But people are just targeting you for no reason at all.
Yes, it's a civil corruption charge.
She said just a couple minutes ago that Keith Freeman forged her signature.
Tiffany is a compulsive liar.
Her next thing, she said that the purchases from the beauty supply shop for wigs, they were not wigs for her, but for somebody else.
If that was so, she would have stated who she purchased it for and gave the receipts. But I do know that her hairstylist was on Dalton payroll.
Her signature. Is that the Tahoe lease?
Yes. I'm just amazed that a human being can lie like that.
I'm sorry, but she really said that's not her signature.
It is right here.
Oh my God.
The culture of her campaign seems untrustworthy in the way they conduct themselves. If you're speaking the truth, you say it with your chest. You say it with your arms open. You're ready to be vindicated. You're ready to share your story. Her campaign workers looked like they were paid cigarettes to show up. Like, what is...
No bullshit. No bullshit. So she gave them $100.
So this is the campaign office for Jason House. Hey, how are you guys?
Looking good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
So I just had a little face-off with Tiffany.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So I asked her about the Tahoes again. She lied about the Tahoes again, and I took out the receipt with her signature. And she said she said Keith Freeman forged the signature. So it's, to me, I'm not used to dealing with people that can look you straight in the eyes and lie like that.
Right.
So it's unsettling to me to deal with a person like that.
We knew we needed to do something when she won the election.
I think
The Henyard camp has not invited us all day to anything. We just have popped up and seen her. But I'm interested to see. We have 30 minutes before the polling closes, and her future is decided. And we're pulling up just by the ice rink to see if we can get eyes on her campaign. It's about 2 minutes from her rivals, so we're making a little spy mission to see what happens. Both candidates said that they were going to win the election by a landslide, and both of them were hosting election parties. So I put a cameraman in each camp, and this was the difference between Camp House and Camp Henyard.
probably serious. They're over here partying.
What's on your mind right now?
88%. That never happens in a primary election.
Damn, nobody's at her shit. Damn. Damn.
What's on my mind right now is the future adult. People have been wanting this from maybe about 3.5 years.
So everybody to come together and do this because it seemed like it was impossible.
After it was clear she was going to get crushed, I learned that Tiffany was going to no-show her election party, so I decided to tell the people gathered there the news. We got word that Tiffany isn't really showing up today, folks.
Wow.
So I think this might be it. It's been a good run for Dalton, but I think it's come to an end. It's been a landslide victory in the House faction.
Yeah.
It's a packed parking lot.
She got
And
crushed.
that's kind of the opposite of this vibe. So peace. Have a good day. I guess this thing is falling flat. And to me, what it goes to show is that the truth matters. Representing your people well matters. And when you don't do it, the people have something to say about it. And so we were living in two different worlds. And we found out today which one the people want.
That's crazy.
All right, we just left Tiffany's no-show. Is this one? If you do the wrong thing, people are going to speak out. We have the power with our votes to send a message. We are looking for transparency in our leaders. If you are a public servant, you should not be balling. You should not be making yourself rich off the taxpayer dollar. You should be working for the people to make your city a better place. And that's what the people voted for today. That's the hope for Dalton. So I'm wishing them the best in the next 4 years. And I think we have a lot to learn from the story of Tiffany Henyard. You can rise and you can fall. And if you lie to people's faces and you're a terrible leader, this is what happens. So that's all I got. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Peace.
I'm fascinated to see how the story continues. Prison time, Netflix documentaries. Tiffany's future is going to be interesting. And folks, if you would like us to investigate another character, a politician, a mega church pastor, a sales guru, someone that you think is spreading lies and needs to be exposed, please put their name in the comments and I will look into them next. Thank you guys for joining me on this journey. We'll see you next week.
What's up, Hot for Gang? If you love the content, click on the playlist, check it out with rest in peace, the legend DMX. Where does yours start?
Like the details of like as far as music or just as far as me?
You, period.
Me, let me get like my story start on 153rd and Melrose in the Bronx.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? You know, one block up, like right off of 3rd Avenue. You know what I'm saying? And I was living with my moms and stuff like that. You know, she was on drugs and stuff like that too. So it was kind of real tough for me.
Right.
And word got back to my pops.
The word.
And I was probably like 6 or 7 years old when he came back into the picture real quick because somebody told him that I was kind of doing kind of bad over there with my mom's.
Mm-hmm.
And then my pops had brung me to my grandmother's crib because he knew that he was kind of strung out too. You know what I'm saying? But he still wanted to help me, you know what I'm saying? But he knew he couldn't take me with him.
Right.
So he brought me to my grandmom's crib, which is in Bronxdale Projects.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I learned how to, learn how to be the man that I am now. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as writing rhymes and just growing up and learning the streets.
Yeah. In that era, it was kind of tough.
Yeah.
A lot of us who come from a background.
A little bit and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? But
What was your first sale like?
Did everybody work it out? I know we're gonna get back to the left.
No, that's cool.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Did everybody sold crack? And that's what my parents was on. You know what I'm saying? So I just had that mentality, which still wasn't right. But my mom was like, I'm just not gonna sell that. You know what I'm saying? So I saw a lot of other things I was around it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Did everybody work it out? I know we're gonna get back to the left.
No, that's cool.
Nonito, I seen that 6ix9ine interview on Maluco TV, nigga. That shit was crazy, bro.
Oh, like I went back, I saved my mom's.
I seen both of them.
Far as with these two hands right here, and right now she like 20 years clean, bro. Oh. She's clean right now. And she was fighting me and stuff like that, but I had the crib out there in Jersey.
Oh, he's gonna say he held the hostage to help her, bro. They're just making it seem like he held the hostage, like he was wilding. Oh yeah, Gideon got exposed.
All right, y'all.
Idiot. He all them predator catchers, he was paying them people $200.
Well, news.
Good ankle monitor. Good ankle monitor. Good ankle monitor. Where we in, Vlad?
Benz, suka! Хороший Mercedes.
All right, guys. So this is the story time and how I got raided by the FBI on here. So it happened like a week ago, bro. They raided Vlad too, but he's out. He's behind the camera.
Yeah, it was clickbait. It was clickbait. It was clickbait.
Boom. It was like a week and a half ago. It was like 7 a.m. in the morning. I'm waiting for Vlad to swoop. He said he's gonna be there at 7:30. So I'm like on hood. You feel me? I'm ready and shit. Got my shiesty on, just waiting, you feel me? Posted up in the trap. Boom, nigga. Out of nowhere, I just hear knocks on the door hella hard. And I knew it was 12 because 12 knocks hella loud. That's how you know it's 12. You feel me? They're knocking hella loud, bro. All bad. They were like, police department, open up. We got a search warrant. And I'm like, damn, nigga. And they were bringing me outside, bro. They were like patting me down and shit. I was talking hella shit to the cops. They got hella mad, bro. Cops, bro. They got hella mad. I was like, he's never coming back, and they were getting hella mad. That shit was hella funny. They get me out the crib, nigga, you feel me, pretty much, to sum it up, and then they bring me to the police department. And at this point, I'm like, what the fuck? What's going on? What's my charges? They put me to a holding cell, and then I was there for like an hour, and then I see, like 40 minutes in, damn near, I hear shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I get up, I go to the window, and then I see fucking Vlad, bro. I'm like, damn, nigga, they got Vlad too, bro. And they raided Vlad and shit. All bad, nigga. They raided both of us, bro, at the same time. For you cops watching this, haha, I'm out. Might have got me on ankle monitor, but these guys right here, these guys are never coming back. Look at these guys. They're never coming back, and that's that. You could go get them. Look, Twanle, we got this one. We got Long Fam, we got this one. We got another Twanle, and this one just got switched to Chicago, and he's never coming back. And that's that. How are you gonna investigate me for months and then charge me with shit I didn't do? They said this shit happened April 22nd. I was in New York filming with M-Box in the middle of Times Square, April 22nd. Yeah, they brought us downtown, they booked us, all that. You feel me? Yeah, the prints, they did our prints, then a mugshot. I smiled in my mugshot too, bro. That shit was hella saucy. I smiled in my shit. From the main jail, where they booked me, they brought me to Elmwood. And then from Elmwood, I was there for like 3 days, nigga. I was there for 3 days, bro. Yeah, that shit was just hella boring. But everyone was chill though. Everyone was hella helpful. Nigga, I asked this one Asian nigga if I could borrow his tablet. He said yeah. And then this other Mexican nigga, I think it was a Norteño, bro. Asked him if I could use his tablet. He said yeah, bro. Hold on, it was later. And I came back. He let me, bro. Everyone was mad chill, hella helpful. Showed me around, nigga. As soon as I got there, someone made the bed for me. And you know what I'm talking about? Did they do that for you?
No.
Yeah, nigga, this Python nigga, bro, hella chill. He did that shit. He made the bed, nigga, and showed me around. I was like, all right, bet, bro. That's pretty much it, nigga. 3 days in there. It wasn't nothing, bro. It was whatever. They're just hella boring, nigga. That's really it. That shit was hella boring, nigga. I was about to escape that shit, bro. Swear to God, I had a whole.
These are badass kids, bro. Badass kids, bro. Badass little niggas.
I'm finding it really difficult. My bag is already packed. I'm just gonna grab what I can grab.
Hello.
Daddy wants some pressure, I'ma teach that boy a lesson. Got your bitch on her knees doing yoga, how she stretching. I don't got. Daddy wants some pressure, I'ma teach that boy a lesson. Got your bitch on her knees doing yoga, how she stretching. I don't got.
Do you still have the same look of not forgiving people in life? Like you have a very hard line, nigga. You cross me, nigga. It's
Here come Messy Marvin.
not messy. It's not messy.
Yeah, my lines
My
are
man,
meant
I
to
can
be
talk to my man.
sniffed,
Watch your
not
mouth,
crossed.
my
You
man.
heard me?
He got that. And I be
My
trying to-
lines are meant to be sniffed, not crossed. You heard?
Cabo, let that shit go, man. Forgive people. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
forgive. I just don't forget. What happened?
All right, man.
You heard?
Yeah, get up.
I don't dwell on too much. You heard? I don't let shit
Not about
hold me
niggas
down too
love
much.
you, nigga. Niggas be making mistakes. We all make mistakes in life. People come to speak and they miss you, they love you, and you just be hard line, nigga. Boom. And at some point, part of growth
Is a deliberate mistake a mistake?
No. Oh,
It's a conscious choice. It's a conscious choice.
We all make deliberate mistakes at some point.
That's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake. If you know what you're doing, if you know what you're doing,
what makes it a mistake is that it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah. But even if you do something on purpose, nigga, it happens. Nigga, life is made for forgiveness, nigga, and growth. I mean, you can do what you want. You're my man. I love you. But I'm just saying, I look at it from a different perspective.
Do you hear what I said? I said I forgive. I just don't forget.
Don't forget. But your forget is like not forgiving.
No, you're just saying things will never be exactly the same again.
Yeah, nigga, I want it the same.
Things never be.
Well, I don't care.
That's life don't work like that.
Well, to me, it do.
Why is that?
Don't worry.
Because it's just listen.
When a person shows you
who they are, yes, we hear all that.
We know the rest.
And when God sends you a sign,
I got it. I just feel like
we Dipset fans, nigga.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm cool with that. I'm still Dipset. I never said I wasn't Dipset. I'm the one that been holding the bird up for all y'all to say you're still Dipset. Else they would have been faded long time ago. None of y'all will remember who we are. I promise you that. Remember that. I've been holding this shit up for 15 years by my lonely. Every time you saw a Dipset reunion, it was something that I actually put back together. Something that I reached back to do. Let's not do that. You heard?
So what does it take to get a
I don't know. Right now I'm on my mission. I got to get my bag. I need all this money retroactive. I need 93. Then we could get back to what we doing. In the interim of me busting a move. You heard? But I need 93 right now.
But it's still equity you built.
Yeah, I get equity off it every day.
Oh no, man.
What happened?
Nah.
What happened?
Going to my 93, nigga.
I can't say too much because of my slaughterhouse shit. Anything I say, I'm gonna look like a hypocrite.
Nigga, we hypocrites, nigga. So what?
I understand as a fan what you want. I understand what you're used to for seeing because personal friends for watching us in the game come around the game around the same time and things like that, and understand what people see for the brotherhood that they watch. Yeah, that was a time. This is my time. I got a whole nother mission. You heard?
Yes. For me, it's not about
niggas got to respect my mission now.
And I respect the mission.
And I never down the bird. I still got the bird flying high. Still, you heard? Everything is about the bird.
When I listen to your album, you know, even when you don't say names, especially that first half of the album, it's a lot of references to we were brothers, we were this, we were that. For me, I want a reconciliation, not even as a fan, because I can go and listen to old records for that. I want y'all as brothers to come back together again and heal, even if you're on your own mission.
Even if the public didn't know nothing about it.
Even if I don't know shit about you, ain't got to tell us.
Yeah, man.
How about this? How about you dealing with somebody you considered a brother, but all the time they might have not considered you a brother?
Do you think that's the case here?
Could be. Because my shit is on the line. Everybody see my love. You heard? And that's for all of my niggas. Niggas know how I move. Niggas know how I put it on the line, nigga.
I give you that.
Still to this day, I wake up out my bed for anybody that I love that need my help, no matter what the situation is. You dig? And yes, sometimes I got to give it a long thought. But I'm one of them people. You heard? I never faltered. And I still don't right now.
It's instilled in you.
And you don't regret it. Yeah.
I just say it all the time up here. I mean, even bigger than Dipset. Like, it's like a New York thing. Like,
that's facts.
That brand is iconic with New York. I wouldn't give a fuck if niggas outside of New York don't understand. So this might be the last standing iconic New York brand that transcends time. Like you saying, niggas might have forgot about it for a decade unless you was holding it up. But what about the niggas that didn't? Like 20 years from now, that could still be a thing. When you walk fucking Tank out, I thought of fucking 5 songs that could have played. I'm ready, just mad records that would have tore this whole shit off.
And then you hear people just hating on the whole situation that they had something to do with. Then you hear people talking down on one of the greatest walkouts New York City has ever seen. So what's that about? Bitterness? Jealousy? Because we didn't
that was definitely
do nothing wrong. You heard? Now all of a sudden our energy is bad. Like I don't, you dig? So let's get into that. Like I hear what you're saying, but let's look at the playing field.
Because Cam said their energy is bad.
It's one of the illest walkouts ever.
I thought you looked great.
ever in New York City.
Yeah, he gonna dress up.
I thought he looked good.
He gonna dress it in.
I did look good.
Fly, yeah.
He looked good. I was like, you did it.
Shouts to the champ.
We love you, nigga. You
Shouts to the champ. I appreciate
Took
the
me
look,
to
man.
Cheetahs.
You heard?
Took me to Cheetahs for a minute.
That was a dope. That was a dope look. You know what I mean? That's bucket list shit right there. I appreciate that, champ.
What else?
We back. You feel me? Shout out to Joe Budden Podcast, man. Y'all go subscribe. Y'all know this, you know.
Yeah, because Cam said they have bad energy.
Moments ago, 50 Cent clowns Jim Jones' first week sales on his latest album, At the Church Steps. That's right, y'all. Now, of course, as we all know, Jim Jones, he's been sending shots at 50 Cent, Cameron, and Mace, right? Of course, recently, while doing an interview on the Double XL, Jim Jones admitted, to stirring up all of this controversy as a way to promote his latest album at the interview on the Double XL. Jim Jones admitted, to stirring up all of this controversy as a way to promote his latest album At the Church Steps. Okay, this is one of the posts Jim Jones made last week saying, you got to learn to embrace the algorithm. LOL. At the Church Steps.
As long
out
as
now.
YouTube.
Okay, well, moments ago, 50 Cent took to IG, uploading some screenshot messages between him and Cameron. And as you can see in the conversation, they clowned Jim Jones' first week sales. Okay, as you can see in the conversation, it's saying that Jim Jones did about $3,500 in total sales so far. Okay, 50 Cent in this post on IG, he clowns Jimmy and tells Jim in his post, oh, no, Jomo, what now? All that for $5? Say sorry to Cam, fool. LOL. All right, now again, that was 50 Cent clowning Jim Jones' first week sales on his latest album, At the Church Steps. Okay, now, of course, last week, 50 Cent, he was clowning Jim Jones and Jewels after Cameron blamed him for Tank's performance in his fight versus Lamont Rose Jr. Okay, so, of course, for those who missed what 50 said last week, I mean, he was talking about, Jewel's teeth falling out. You got Jim Jones with a face full of gray beard hair. You know what I mean? 50 sitting here just adding fuel to the fire, sitting, watching like everyone else as Cam and Jim Jones go back and forth. But, like I stated on several of my videos, covering this back and forth between Cam and Jim Jones, it was obvious. After a while, you could tell that Jim Jones was doing all of this to promote his latest album. Okay, now of course we didn't know Jim Jones had an issue until 50 Cent, went on talk with Fleetwood Cameron, and since then, Jim Jones, he been talking crazy about Cam, Mace, and 50 Cent. You know what I mean? And since then, it's been a bunch of back and forth. And like I said, last week, Jim Jones admitted to doing all of this, as a rollout to promote his latest album. And as you can see, man, if the numbers are true, 3,500 first week, come on, man. And 50 Cent, he said, damn, you did all that for $5. I mean, come on, y'all. I get it. It's all laughs and jokes, you know what I mean? But you got to be honest. It's hard right now for an artist, you know what I mean? With a resume, even 50 Cent selling millions of records. If he put out an album today, I don't know what the numbers will look like. I don't know if it's going to look like $5, 3,500. But, like I said, all of that controversy, right? That Jim Jones was a part of, right? Challenging Cam to a boxing match for 10 M's, accusing Cam of doing dirty business. I mean, we just kept seeing these headlines with Jim Jones sending shots at Cam and Mace. You know what I mean? And for what? Now you see the album sales, right? At least first week numbers, it's tough out here. That's the best way I can, speak on this.
Basically 50 trolling again.
So do you guys remember the Ashley Parham lawsuit that we spoke about a couple of days ago, and that there was a sheriff? So do you guys remember the Ashley Parham lawsuit that we spoke about a couple of days ago, and that there was a sheriff involved in that lawsuit? Well, the mayor is speaking out in the local towns of that sheriff, and he wants the sheriff gone. Hey guys, it's Murad Morali, daily and consistent content. Let's get straight into this video. So the Moai Police chief, named in the Sean Diddy Combs related lawsuit, and the mayor is calling him to leave. I don't know how you pronounce M-A-U-I. I'm just saying Moai. Moai County Mayor Richard Bison, in response to the allegations, has since called for Pelletier to be placed on admin leave. So do you?
Oh, that's crazy.
Gotta ask you, speaking of Cam, how you feel about all these people coming at your cousin? You got Osho, you got Jim Jones. He did an interview calling him out to a fight for $10 million. How you feel about that, man?
How I feel about everybody coming at Cam. You gotta understand, everybody's gonna come at someone who they feel is the top dog. You know what I mean? It goes along with any sport on earth, whether it's like basketball, any sport on earth. The champion, you want to beat the champion. You know what I'm saying? You want to get to the point where you can say, I'm the man on the top of the hill, pause. But just to break down a little situation with the Ocho Cinco, Cam don't like his kind. I don't like his kind. You know what I mean? That's the pause for his whole conversation with Stephen A. Smith. I don't feel like telling Stephen A. Smith about my member being small. Not my member. I'm just him saying his member it was too small. He couldn't reach the bottom of the girl pussy. And that's whoa, homeboy, like get out of here. So I went and bought me a new penis. Like, come on, niggas out here buying new dicks and all that.
Yo, the hoodie. I mean, the hat on the hoodie is just crazy work.
That should be your own prerogative if you do it. Like, I'm not knocking the person who wants to, because he might have had a vendetta. He might have been Pinky Man. He might have been the Pinky joint on a bang, that shit on the back of the door, like a. He might be that type of dude, but he got enough money to buy him an elephant. You know what I'm saying? So he want to get back at all the girls that laughed at him. I'm not mad at nobody who do that. Revenge is, you know what I'm saying? What's bliss?
Yo, bro,
whatever is bliss is bliss. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's pause. Come on, Ocho Cinco, out of head bunch yourself back into another realm. But as far as Cam and as far as Cam and Jim going back and forth, let me explain. Y'all keep a lot of these motherfuckers is ignorant. You understand what I'm saying? Like a lot of y'all motherfuckers is real ignorantioso, ignorantia felicities. Y'all niggas is ignorantia amos. You know what I mean? Y'all niggas is dumb. Wait, who said that? Your mother sucked dick. Wait, who said that? Who said that? Just gotta relax. There's no fucking beef between Cam and Jim. You understand what I'm saying? Motherfucking beef is where
started because Cam had 50 Cent up there on It Is What It Is podcast, and he asked him about the time, how did he get Jim Jones up there to the BET shit. I think it was The Basement or some shit like that. It was the show called The Basement on BET, and one day G Unit, 50 Cent and them, they brought out Jim Jones, nigga, while they was beefing with Dipset. So Cam brought it up and had asked him, and that's how Jimmy, he went and replied, and that's how Cam, he went and replied back. Nigga saying, you ain't from Harlem. And then this nigga replied back again.
And you come home to your house and your girl is hogtied, probably getting raped or fondled with your kids, getting ready to get their fingers snapped off because they need to know where to work at or what's going on, why you killed my family. Beef is when a person you driving and a nigga cut you off in the front and you cut you off in the back and you got to shoot out your windshield and shooting out his windshield just to gain 2 seconds to hop out the car and run because they got, who knows if they got Dracos and all type of pump shotties, pause that they had you cornered and it was going to end your life. Beef is serious. These niggas are sitting on platforms that I'm sitting on right now with millions of people watching. And what are they going to do? Kill each other after they said, I don't like the motherfucker. sucker. Yeah, and I'll show him. I'm about to go kill him. They don't really got beef. And the point that I'm making, I'm trying, your boy, Freaky, is trying to school you. All the ignorant motherfuckers ain't gonna get it. But it's gonna be probably one person that get it. Cam is not selling crack. And that was in the past. No, he's not selling dope. Jim is not selling crack. He's not selling dope. We're not selling any substances anymore. We're selling algorithm. You understand what I'm saying? What's what we doing now? All the ignorant motherfuckers. Oh, did you hear what Cam said about Jim? And Jim invited Cam to his dick, and he shouldn't. Cam said, "Oh, Jim is a fan." And did you hear that? Oh, they're gonna go at shit. They selling algorithm. You understand what I'm saying? Now what's happening is they going back and forth. Cam is a competitor. Jim is a competitor. What was said and the things that Jim has seen, of course, it'll put you in an emotional state. He had 50 up there asking some questions. Obviously, it touched him, pause, in a certain way where he responded the way he did. Cam is competitive. You not gonna. Jim says, suck his dick. Yo, them niggas is on my dick, or whatever he said. Cam is not gonna let that slide. So Cam told him, motherfucking, you a fan, you ain't even from Harlem. Now this is going back and forth. Now, boom. Guess what happens? Cam got the #1 motherfucking YouTube show popping that week. Jim, he had his song Harlem out. That's the hottest Harlem popping right now. Everybody, all the dumb is over here talking about, oh, look at what he said. Oh, Jim, let me lick your balls a little bit so I can tell you what Cam said. And it's like, Cam, let me lick your balls. Let me get right under there. So I can tell you what Jim said. Meanwhile, my niggas is #1 here, #1 there. You're not understanding. We're not selling crack no more. We selling algorithms. So all of that that you see, we was around each other before mustaches and beards. You understand what I'm saying? Cam knows where Jim family lives at. Jim knows where Cam family lives at. For crying out loud, most of them pass each other through passing and be like, damn, why y'all going through that? You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? And that's as far as the situation is going. We 49 going on 50. God bless. God bless that I could say that. Shout out to everybody else that didn't make it. Shout out to people that's doing life in jail. Shout out to people who's like walking zombies, who's caught up with being a crack on a substance that they can't motherfucking shake. Yeah. But we still rocking. We still on our A game. January hit like a mule kick. Boom! All you heard was Dipset. It may have started out in the negative, but we hustlers, man. We turn sugar into lemon and lemonade. So, and two, suck some. Don't suck my dick. Suck a dick. I ain't into that. All that nigga running around, suck my dick, nigga, suck my, nah. Suck a dick. And I hope there's a bumpy, and suck their pussy. And I hope there's a bumpy pussy with green pussing out of it. That y'all niggas is sucking and slurping on. They fuck out of here. Always running around here talking about Cam, shit. Yeah. My bad. That's how I feel.
Nah, that was crazy. Hold up. Let's see. I gotta read these comments real quick. That's crazy. They said, imagine an ODB and Freaky Ziggy album. I said this right here. Zeke is like how Yayo is to 50. That's crazy though.
All right, we welcome to the show and a special interview with Mr. Elon Musk, who, of course, is famed Trump advisor, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, chair of X Corp. Elon, thank you for doing this. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
I want to begin, but among other things, everyone's attacking you for your position. What are you doing in the government? There was a cyber attack on X today, which shut it down and may have been foreign sourced. Yes. It's a big story. You want to give us a moment on that?
Well, we're not sure exactly what happened, but there was a massive cyber attack to try to bring down the X system with IP addresses originating in the Ukraine area.
Well, so that's your suspicion. Is the website, is the internet up? Is it up yet?
It's up, yeah.
It's up yet. Okay, good. But I just was looking back. Let me just see if I get this right. They're setting fire to various Tesla charging stations near Boston. Shots were fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Various nonviolent...
Shots fired, not a metaphor.
Shots fired, yes. Downtown New York, marching against the Tesla showroom. Your stock is way down. You've been criticized left and right.
But look on the right side.
I mean, why are you doing this?
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yes, I'm an optimist.
Yeah. But besides that,
yes. I mean,
how's your day?
What motivates you to do this?
Was the opera good?
It's tough sledding.
Yeah, it is tough sledding. But I think we're doing the right thing here. There's been a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the government. When you're part of the government,
events. The other day you're in the picture.
Hello, Kim. This interview is crazy.
Lo que es tu carrera.
6ix9ine interview.
Crazy.
I got my other brother right here.
Today, the Trinitarios' reign of terror in Massachusetts has come to an end.
What these individuals are accused of doing to their victims is horrific. No one should have to fear being shot in cold blood when going out to dinner, to the store, or simply hanging out inside of their own home.
Okay, we back in Boston. Here we have members of the Trinitarios. To be honest, we are getting straight to the point on this one. We are not going to waste any. Okay, we back in Boston. Here we have members. Of the Trinitarios. To be honest, we are getting straight to the point on this one. We are not going to waste any time though, let's get into it. Operation Paper Machetes, Limelight, is an investigation that began in 2024 targeting the Trinitarios, a transnational criminal organization engaged in numerous acts of violence, murders, shootings, robberies, thefts, drug distribution, and other racketeering activity. The investigation began in the aftermath of 4 murders and a series of attempted murders and shootings taking place in Lynn in 2023 that were committed by the Trinitarios. The Trinitarios is comprised of thousands of members throughout the United States, the Dominican Republic, various countries in South America and Europe. The organization was originally formed in the 1990s by Dominicans in the New York City jail at Rikers Island, who were facing murder charges. If you've been on this channel before, you'd know we've done countless videos pertaining to Trinitarios and their history. So we're not going into all that, but we will talk about some things. For instance, members are generally initiated into the gang after a period of observation or probation. Additionally, members often are inducted following the completion of a mission, which is generally a substantial act of violence, such as a shooting. Upon induction, a member is provided with their ceremonial beads that are placed on their neck by the ranking member presiding over the initiation ceremony. These beads are ceremonial, but extremely significant. They denote membership, and certain color beads also designate the individual holding a leadership position. Only Trinitario members who have been initiated into the gang may wear beaded necklaces. The wearing of a necklace by an individual who is not part of the gang would subject them to violence. Necklaces comprise primarily of green beads signify the primera or first in command. Blue beads signify the segundo or second in command. Red beads signify the tercera or third in command. And white beads signify the disciplina or disciplinarian. The historical purposes of these distinctive beaded necklaces are to designate and visually identify the members and leaders of the organization, without each member needing to know their name or have them identify themselves as being a member or holding a certain position. Furthermore, each inductee into the organization has a 440, which is the individual who brings them into the gang, and who can verify a member's status if questioned. According to sources of information developed during the investigation, the Trinitarios are highly structured and hierarchical. In Massachusetts, there is a Supreme, who is the head of all the Trinitarios within the state, and is responsible for the activities of the Trinitarios in Massachusetts, coordination with other state leaders, and communication with leadership of the Trinitarios within the Dominican Republic. Below the Supreme, there is a position referred to as a flag, which is only second to the Supreme within the state. Within the state, there are multiple chapters that are geographically centered in certain cities. Each individual chapter has a cabinet of leaders, then so on. According to an investigator, the Supreme of Massachusetts is responsible for the Trinitarios chapter operating in Manchester, New Hampshire, and the Trinitarios located in Maine, where the gang operates a lucrative drug trade. Historically, there have been a number of very significant Trinitarios prosecutions in New York. The Bronx Trinitarios Gang or BTG set, the Sunset Trinitarios set, the Own Every Dollar or OED set, and the Trinitarios criminal enterprise as a whole. These historical New York cases include allegations of multiple murders that were committed by members of the Trinitarios enterprise.
Now at 6, brought to justice, 22 gang members in custody facing accusations of murder, assault, and drug activity following a years-long investigation by the Justice Department. Federal agents and police arrested members of the Trinitarios gang in 4 communities. I'm Tiffany Chan in for Lisa.
And I'm David Wade. The gang is blamed for nearly a dozen murders. And as WBZ's Christina Rex shows us tonight, the investigation began with one long stretch of crime in Lynn.
A string of violent crimes in Lynn in 2023 that rocked the community.
You could see the fear, the anxiety,
including this shooting at a college send-off party that killed 2 and injured 5.
He was a nice, decent young man.
3 shot in a Lynn Pizza Hut, and 2 teens murdered in the street a day later. Plus the 2017 murder of an 18-year-old in Lawrence.
This is not okay, and it happens a lot.
That same year, a woman killed in her car. Now the feds say all of these crimes were the product of a violent transnational gang known as the Trinitarios.
For years of bloodshed, drug trafficking, and lawlessness.
New U.S. Attorney Leah Foley says 22 gang members have been indicted, 8 of them arrested Wednesday. The Trinitarios had an organized structure. Among the evidence, initiation beads and bandanas earned by gang members once they paid. Had an organized structure. Among the evidence, initiation beads and bandanas earned by gang members once they paid their fee of entry, committing a violent crime. And countless shots of cocaine and fentanyl allegedly trafficked by the gang, whose members were not afraid to shoot someone in broad daylight.
Chapters of the Trinitarios within Massachusetts have been identified as being located in Lawrence, Lynn, Boston, and Haverhill. Trinitarios members within these cities undertake efforts to dominate their communities by intimidating rival gangs and establishing control over certain neighborhoods and standing out in areas to claim the locations where the Trinitarios reside and frequent as their territory. Multiple Trinitarios chapters also exist within Massachusetts correctional facilities such as the Essex County House of Corrections Middleton, Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center, Massachusetts Correctional Institution Concord, and Massachusetts Correctional Institution Shirley. The Lawrence chapter is believed to have over 40 members. The territory of the Lawrence chapter is known to be in the area of the 700 block of the Essex Street housing projects in Lawrence. The rival gangs of the Lawrence chapter of the Trinitarios are the Gangster Disciples, referred to as the GDs, and Shotgun Crips. A prior federal investigation dubbed Operation Emerald Crush targeted members of the Lawrence chapter of the Trinitarios.
Oh shit, that's my cousin right there. I just told y'all niggas, bro. I just told y'all my cousins live in them projects, right? That's crazy.
Emerald Crush targeted
my cousin right here. Kev, that's crazy. That's crazy. What did the top of this paper
to
say?
as the GDs and shotgun crips. A prior federal
Damn, it don't say nothing on the top.
investigation
Fuck. Yeah,
dubbed
that's my
Operation
cousin. That's
Emerald
crazy.
Crush targeted
But he's
members
already
of the
home.
Lawrence chapter of the Trinitarios for drug and firearm
already home.
offenses. The Lynn chapter is believed to have dozens of members. The territory of the Lynn Trinitarios is in the
My
area
cousin not Dominican, he Puerto Rican, he
of
not
and a
Trini,
parking
nigga.
lot by the
Cousin's
beach
not
that
Trini,
is
he
referred
just from them projects.
to as La Cava or the Cave. The rival gangs of the Lynn chapter of the Trinitarios are the Tiny Rascal Gangsters, referred to as TRG, Little Crip Gangsters, referred to as LCG, and West
Lex,
Side
what up,
World,
sis?
referred to as WSW. The Trinitarios view them all as a collective opposition, and generally speaking do not distinguish between members of these groups. All three rival gangs are considered to be aligned as a common enemy in the eyes of the Trinitarios. These gang rivalries develop through personal enmity and disrespect between members of the rival gangs, either in person or over the internet, competition over drug territory and customers, and violent acts, such as robberies, shootings and murders, that have been committed by the gangs against each other in the past. As we'll state, these rivalries have become deadly. The Trinitarios also undertake extensive efforts to recruit new members among communities of legal immigrants and illegal aliens from the Dominican Republic. The Trinitarios use a common Spanish language and culture, appearance of prosperity and brotherhood, and appeals to Dominican patriotism to ingratiate themselves to new members. These efforts are not directed exclusively towards adults. In fact, these recruitment efforts commence among juvenile members and are particularly common in local high schools in Lawrence and Lynn. The Trinitarios generally appeal to the young males of Dominican background, while the rival gangs emphasize other ethnicities. Young members of the Lynn chapter, for example, were called the Menors and would undergo a multi-year process prior to becoming a full Trinitario member. The Menors would be tasked with lesser roles during many of the recent violent missions undertaken by the Trinitarios. These lesser roles include standing lookout during a shooting, holding or concealing weapons on behalf of full members, and transporting weapons after their use in shootings. The Menors themselves were required to engage in fistfights with rival gang members that were the same age or stature. This investigation has led to the recovery of multiple videos that depict numerous fights and beatings taking place among high school-aged Trinitarios targeting other students. Many such videos appear to take place on school grounds or right after school release. Significantly, 2 juvenile members of the gang are charged with participating in the September 2, 2023, double murder. Carlos Corniel Ramirez was 15 years old, and Leonardo Espinoza was 14 years old at the time of their participation in the double murder, but we'll get back to that later. To date though, the investigation has identified over 12 homicides in Essex County, Massachusetts, for which the Trinitarios are believed to be responsible. Some of these historical homicides and offenses have been individually charged and have been tried to verdicts. We are only covering 6 of the murders in this story as well as attempts, and we will cover the others in a separate video. For now, let's get into the crimes. According to multiple cooperating witnesses, Espinal was murdered by Robert Severino, aka Petit, and Elvis Trujillo, aka Gordo, aka Honduras. Espinal was greenlit by the Lawrence chapter of the Trinitarios, and Severino and Trujillo were ordered to kill Espinal by a lesser leader of the Trinitarios.
And Chris, an 18-year-old was shot and killed here on the streets in Lawrence. The focal point right now is on this corner for police. That's where the teen was found. This is the intersection of Crescent and Forest Streets. Both Mass State Police and Lawrence Police were here on scene gathering evidence. The Essex County District Attorney's Office confirming that teen killed is a male. No word at this hour on his identity or where he's from. The motive is also unclear, but a neighbor that we just spoke to says he heard the gunshots. And how many shots did you hear?
I don't know. It was a lot. 7, 8, could have been more, but there was more than you'd usually hear when there's a shooting.
Right. Did you hear anything else like screaming or running? Or...
No, I didn't hear anything.
Espinal also had what appeared to be a gunshot wound near his left eye. Espinal also was not wearing sneakers at the time his body was recovered. One sneaker was found nearby. An autopsy subsequently revealed that Espinal had sustained gunshot wounds to the hip, buttocks, and head. It was caught on camera. 2 individuals entered the driveway at least an hour prior to the fatal shooting. The two suspects, one heavier set, identified to be Elvis Trujillo, and one smaller, identified to be Robert Severino, remain in the driveway, at times crouching behind the building, or standing behind one of 5 vehicles parked in the driveway. The suspects appear to be actively concealing their presence at the location, as they move and conceal themselves each time a vehicle approaches the driveway, and then reappear after the vehicle has passed by the driveway. 30 minutes later, at approximately 12:55 a.m., a surviving victim walks on Crescent Street and across the end of the driveway. Trujillo and Severino are crouched behind a vehicle. As the surviving victim is halfway across the driveway, Trujillo raises his arms consistent with how a person would aim a gun, then a flash of light appears consistent with a gunshot's muzzle flash. At the same time, the smaller suspect on the left also stands up, extends his arms pointing towards the victim. No flashes are seen coming from the hand area of the suspect. Trujillo, though, then appears to fire a second round at the surviving victim, and the muzzle flash glows from the item in his hands. The surviving victim stumbles forward and reaches towards his midsection. Shortly thereafter, Espinal can be observed running down Crescent Street onto Forest Street toward the camera. The same 2 suspects from Crescent Street have come into view and appear shortly after Espinal does. Espinal can be observed falling, and then the smaller suspect raises his arm, and what appears to be a muzzle flash can be observed. The smaller suspect then fires again at Espinal. Espinal runs into frame, staggers and falls. The smaller suspect comes into view in pursuit, extends his arm, and appears to discharge a firearm at Espinal, who is crawling and blocked from view by a short brick wall. As Espinal tries to get up, another muzzle flash can be seen consistent with Severino firing another round at Espinal. Espinal still gets up and starts to run. Espinal runs a short distance and then appears to fall again. As he falls, the heavier suspect, believed to be Trujillo, comes into view and runs toward Espinal. Espinal looks back toward the heavier suspect, believed to be Trujillo. Then, Trujillo then appears to raise his arms, and Espinal's head immediately falls to the ground, and his body slumps. The 2 suspects initially run toward Crescent Street, but then immediately change directions, turn around and run down Forest Street toward the nearby cemetery, and out of camera view. It appears the last gunshot from Trujillo struck Espinal in the head. Multiple cooperating witnesses have provided information regarding the murder of Juan Espinal. CW3 explained that the basis for the Trinitarios to kill Espinal was because Espinal had assaulted and beat up a Trinitario member a week before the murder, recorded the incident and put it on the internet. Trujillo spoke to CW10 about the murder in roughly 2018. Trujillo told CW10 that Espinal was a member of the rival Shotgun Crips gang, and that he was committing shootings at a stronghold for the Trinitarios gang. CW10 stated Trujillo told CW10 that the leader of the Lawrence chapter Trinitarios held a meeting where it was agreed that Espinal would be killed. According to CW10, a lesser Trinitario leader agreed to have his crew handle the murder of Espinal. Trujillo told CW10 that this
CW gotta be confidential witness.
lesser leader tasked Trujillo to kill Espinal. Trujillo also explained that Severino was close friends with Trujillo and wanted to be a part of the mission to kill Espinal in order to increase his standing and rank within the Trinitarios organization. CW10 separately
When you increase your rank, you're just gonna be locked up.
spoke with Severino about the murder, and Severino confessed to murdering Espinal to CW10 as well. On November 26, 2017, at 6:50 p.m., officers responded for a report of an unresponsive female in a crashed motor vehicle. Upon arrival, they found an unresponsive Asian female in the driver's seat of a Nissan Maxima. The Nissan had crashed into a parked car. There were gunshot wounds in the victim's left shoulder and back. The victim was subsequently identified as Mindy Tran of Lawrence. Tran was transported to Lawrence General Hospital where she was pronounced dead. A local resident reported having heard a gunshot and observed suspects running to a black car with distinctive characteristics on the windshield that was parked on Hillside Avenue. The victim's car was processed. It contained marijuana package for sale, an expended .380 caliber cartridge casing, 2 cellular phones, and over $500 in cash. A preliminary search of the phones indicated that one of the phones, Samsung, was the victim's personal phone. And the other phone, an iPhone, was used for coordinating marijuana deals with customers. A search of the victim's drug phone revealed a text message conversation with an apparent drug customer. The customer was arranging to meet for an apparent marijuana sale that was supposed to take place within minutes of the victim's murder. Surveillance video depicted a vehicle matching the description provided by a witness, arriving at the scene at approximately 6:40 p.m. This vehicle had distinctive markings at the top of the windshield and was later identified to be a Honda Civic. Approximately 4 minutes later, at 6:45 p.m., two figures can be observed walking together up Hillside Avenue from the side of the street, where the Honda Civic is believed to have parked to the right of the frame. One of the figures is heavy-set and is wearing light-colored pants and a dark sweatshirt. This suspect has been identified to be Trujillo. The second figure is smaller in build and is wearing light-colored clothing. This second suspect has been identified to be the co-conspirator. These figures cross the street to the far side from the camera and walk up Hillside Avenue. Then, at 6:48 and 50 seconds p.m., the victim's vehicle then speeds past the camera down the hill to the right of the frame and appears to be on a course to go onto the sidewalk. The vehicle would be found crashed into a parked car approximately 2 houses down. Seconds after this, the two suspects run from the left of the frame down, back, toward where the Honda Civic is believed to have been parked. The heavier set suspect in the dark sweatshirt, believed to be Trujillo, trails the smaller suspect, known to be the co-conspirator, as they run down the hill on the side of the street closest to the camera and out of frame. At 6:49 and 37 seconds p.m., the Honda Civic with visible writing on the windshield can be observed traveling up Hillside Avenue at a fast speed. On May 14, 2020, a previously unidentified fingerprint lifted from the passenger side rear door of victim's car had been identified as belonging to the co-conspirator. Investigators identified a phone number belonging to the co-conspirator at the time of this homicide. Through cross-referencing the phone number of co-conspirator with the victim's drug phone, investigators were able to see that the co-conspirator and the victim had multiple contacts, including a call between the two at 5:23 p.m. on November 26, 2017, approximately 1/2 hour prior to victim's murder. Multiple cooperating witnesses identified Trujillo as the individual who shot and killed Tran during the attempted robbery. Trujillo has a criminal record of multiple convictions. One in particular situation happened on February 21, 2018. At 11:48 a.m., Lawrence police responded to a gas station for a report of two individuals shooting at one another. A nearby resident reported that one of the projectiles entered a residence and ricocheted off the walls, but no one was injured. Police obtained surveillance video that depicted Trujillo as one of the shooters. 11 shots were also captured on the audio from the footage. In the video, Trujillo is wearing a construction jacket, an orange shirt and holding a firearm. On September 13, 2019, at 8 p.m., MSP troopers observed a vehicle drive by with a broken taillight. They pulled the vehicle over and observed that Trujillo was driving. Severino was in the rear of the vehicle. Troopers observed an open Corona bottle and observed that Trujillo was wearing an ankle bracelet. Trujillo did not have identification and was identified based on his open case. During the interaction with the troopers, Trujillo reached for the rear of the vehicle. The troopers ordered Trujillo, Severino and the other front seat passenger to exit the vehicle. In the area where Trujillo reached, troopers located a Smith & Wesson .38 caliber firearm with 5 rounds of ammunition. Trujillo was placed under arrest, and during a search incident to that arrest, a cylinder containing approximately 10 grams of fentanyl was recovered. In approximately 2022, Trujillo agreed to deportation to his native Honduras following other state court firearms convictions. Multiple cooperating witnesses informed investigators that Trujillo agreed to deportation to avoid charges related to the Tran homicide. Trujillo remained active on social media, including Facebook and TikTok. In public postings, Trujillo continued to affirm his allegiance and membership to the Trinitarios. On or about December 22nd,
So he got away with them bodies as long as they deport him. That's crazy.
2024, Trujillo was arrested by Honduran authorities on a warrant issued by the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts, charging Trujillo with racketeering conspiracy, and specifically alleged Trujillo's participation in the murders of Juan
They ain't hit him with the body. They let him go, but they found a way to get his ass back with a fucking RICO, nigga. The feds ain't playing.
Espinal and Mindy Tran. At approximately 12:26 a.m. on March 16, 2019, officers responded to a location in Lynn for a report of multiple gunshots fired in the parking lot of the location. A victim who is a known TRG associate, victim 3, was located nearby who was suffering from a gunshot to the abdomen. As police responded to the scene, TRG member, victim 4, and a second TRG member, victim 5, arrived at the Lynn police station. Officers observed that victim 4 was suffering from a gunshot wound to the groin. Victim 3 and victim 4 both survived. Victim 5 provided a statement of what took place. Victim 5 stated he was in the driver's seat of a BMW, with victim 3 in the front passenger seat and JG in the rear. They were parked in the parking lot near and someone started firing at the BMW. Victim 5 stated that he, victim 3 and victim 4 all ran from the car and scattered. Officers observed shattered windows and 5 bullet holes in the BMW that victim 5 drove to the Lynn police station. 2 projectile fragments were recovered from the BMW. A cooperating witness provided information on this shooting. CW24 stated that this shooting was orchestrated by Luis Enrique Santana. He was the rapper out of the crew. CW24 stated that Luis Enrique Santana used a fake Snapchat account and pretended to be a woman in order to lure a rival gang member. The rival gang member believed he was communicating with a woman, but in fact was messaging with Luis Enrique Santana. Luis Enrique Santana told the rival gang member that the rival gang member should pick her up outside of the club. The rival gang member provided the information about his car and his whereabouts. CW24 stated that Luis Enrique Santana provided this information to Paula Cabral and Diaz Lorenzo. Emmanuel Paula Cabral is the state supreme of the Trinitarios in Massachusetts. He went by names such as Manny, Gordo, Nelfew, and Few. In his position, Paula Cabral commands dozens of Trinitarios across multiple chapters throughout the state of Massachusetts.
Crazy.
The burgeoning chapter of Manchester, New Hampshire also answers to Paula Cabral. Investigators believe that Paula Cabral assumed the position of state supreme in roughly 2019 or 2020, when a power vacuum formed following the arrest and incarceration of the former state supreme.
The Trinitarios had an organized structure, allegedly led by State Supreme Paulo Cabral.
Paulo Cabral once bragged that he was trying to build an empire built by gang members, funded by drug trafficking.
Aaron Diaz Lorenzo, aka Sosa, is the Primera, or number 1 of the Lynn chapter of the Trinitarios. In this position, Diaz Lorenzo is in overall command of the chapter and is responsible for directing the members, consulting on gang activity undertaken by the chapter, giving approvals, and recruiting new members. Diaz Lorenzo is believed to have been a member since at least 2021, due to his presence in music videos wearing a Trinitarios t-shirt, numerous photographs depicting him wearing Trinitario beads, throwing Trinitarios gang signs, and multiple cooperating witnesses identifying him as a member. Anyway, after Luis Enrique Santana gave Paula Cabral and Diaz Lorenzo the info on the rival gang member, Paula Cabral then drove Diaz Lorenzo to the location and dropped him off to do the shooting. Diaz Lorenzo shot the rival gang member's car and then met with Paula Cabral, who picked them up. Luis Enrique Santana listened to the police response real-time with CW24. CW24 learned about the details of the shooting from Diaz Lorenzo and Luis Enrique Santana a few days after the incident. Luis Jeffrey Santana, aka Sapita, is the Primera, or number 1 of the Manchester, New Hampshire chapter of the Trinitarios. In this position, Jeffrey Santana is in overall command of the chapter and is responsible for directing the members, consulting on gang activity, giving approvals, and recruiting new members. On September 21, 2019, at approximately 9 p.m., Jeffrey Santana was shot in Lynn. As a result of this incident, he faced life-threatening injuries that were treated through emergency surgery that saved his life. According to information from a cooperating witness, shortly after Jeffrey Santana was shot, Paula Cabral called for a meeting. Paula Cabral, Enrique Santana, Roman and other members and leaders attended the meeting. During the meeting, Paula Cabral ordered the Trinitarios to retaliate, and 3 vehicles containing Trinitarios went out to find the rival gang members and shoot them. These vehicles proceeded to drive around in a line in order to find the rival gang members. According to the cooperating witness, Paula Cabral drove Roman in one of the vehicles. Enrique Santana drove another one of the vehicles. When they located the rival gang members, Paula Cabral's vehicle was in front. Roman got out of Paula Cabral's vehicle and fired a gun in the air in the direction of the rival gang members. Following this, a gun battle then ensued. Roman handed his firearm to another Trinitario who began firing at the rival gang members. The rival gang members fired back. Other Trinitarios in another vehicle then also began firing at the rival gang members. In total, 32 shell casings were recovered from the area of the reported gunfire, with some being brought to the police station by residents who located the casings after the police cleared the scene. Justin Alba, aka Tudo, aka Mimi, Alba, is the discipline of the Lynn chapter of the Trinitarios. In this position, Alba is responsible for ensuring discipline among the ranks of the members, administering punishments to members for violating the directives and rules of the gang, and ensuring adherence to the principles of the gang set forth in the Magna Carta. Alba is believed to have been a member since at least 2021. Angel Santos, aka Biggie, is a Trinitario member who has held multiple positions in the organization. Previously, Santos served as the security officer of the Lynn chapter. In this position, Santos acts at the direction of Paula Cabral in ensuring the security of meetings and undertaking violence on behalf of the Trinitarios. Later, Santos is believed to have been promoted to a statewide position as flag for the Supreme and functioned under Paula Cabral as the second-in-command for the state of Massachusetts. Santos is believed to have held this statewide position until he fled the United States in June 2024, when he was replaced. Alba and Biggie would go on a drill with another member, Wilving Lopez. Allegedly, it was another retaliatory attack for the shooting of Jeffrey Santana. On June 24, 2021, officers in Peabody, Massachusetts, responded to multiple reports of shots fired. While en route, they stopped a speeding vehicle and found a gunshot victim inside. The victim, identified as a member of the Little Crip Gangsters, Victim 1, had a groin wound and was taken to the hospital for emergency surgery. The vehicle had 3 bullet holes. At the scene, another gang member, Victim 2, reported that his girlfriend had been shot in the wrist. She was also transported to the hospital. Witnesses stated that 3 to 4 shots were fired from a Chevrolet Malibu in a parking lot. Victim 2, recently released from prison, was playing catch when the shooting occurred, but refused to confirm the source of the gunfire. His girlfriend described the shooter as masked but light-skinned around the eyes. Crime scene investigators found blood, debris, and 2 spent projectiles, but no casings. Multiple individuals and vehicles have been hit. According to cooperating witnesses, Alba was the driver, while Santos and Lopez were the shooters. This shooting resulted in a retaliatory shooting that was conducted by Little Crip Gangsters and associates on June 29, 2021. During this incident, 2 victims were shot with fully automatic gunfire that was captured on surveillance video with audio. In particular, an LCG member who, CC10, is believed to have conducted a shooting on the evening of June 29, 2021, with a fully automatic pistol provided to him by Vincent Caruso, aka Fats. Caruso was an LCG associate that was previously prosecuted federally and held accountable at sentencing for this incident. Mask and the weapon used in the shooting were later recovered by FBI during the execution of a search warrant at Caruso's grandmother's house on June 30, 2021. Additionally, numerous threats were broadcast over social by Caruso associate, Ernest Johnson, aka Yo Pesci, in response to the shooting of Victim 1, including one stream on Facebook on June 25, 2021, during which Johnson claimed there would have been hell to pay if his little man, referring to Victim 1, died, and that he was putting the rival gang members' residences on curfew, implying he would shoot them if he saw them out past a certain time. Investigators are familiar with the facts related to a shooting taking place in Salem, Massachusetts on August 5, 2021, that was committed by the Trinitarios. According to information from multiple cooperating witnesses, members of the Lynn chapter of the Trinitarios participated in this shooting, targeting rival gang members who were encountered at a Walmart in Salem. The vehicles used by the Trinitarios during the shooting were a Ford Taurus, containing Jeffrey Santana, Lopez and Santos, a black Honda CR-V, driven by Paula Cabral, and a black Honda Accord, containing Rosario, and 2 other Trinitarios who were the shooters. Uri Giordani Rosario, aka Giordani, aka Ricacha, is a member of the Trinitarios. Giordani has served in multiple roles in the organization. Giordani was the segundo, or second of the Lynn chapter. Recently, it is believed that he was promoted to the position of segundo or flag for the state supreme of the Trinitarios in Massachusetts. In this position, Giordani is the second in command and acts at the direction of Paula Cabral in the leadership of the Massachusetts Trinitarios. On August 6, 2021, a victim came to the station and reported that he had been in an altercation at Walmart the day before. Then, as he was driving away, his vehicle, a green Honda Accord, was shot at as he was driving away. The victim and his two occupants were not hit with gunfire. The victim reported leaving his vehicle in the Walmart parking lot. Officers responded to the location, found the victim's green Honda, and observed that it had numerous bullet holes. It's too much to detail about how the shooting went down, especially since nobody was hit. But there are a few things to note. The black Honda Accord was identified as being the shooter's vehicle. Investigators learned that Jeffrey Santana was the prior owner of a black Honda Accord that had been sold to a woman who's said to be the girlfriend of Emmanuel Paula Cabral. Further investigation revealed that Paula Cabral was also the owner of a black Honda CR-V, consistent with the one visible on the video. A search warrant was obtained to seize the black Honda Accord and search it for evidence. On August 17, 2021, this black Honda Accord was located in Lynn by police who pulled it over. When they stopped and seized the black Honda Accord, Giordani was driving the vehicle, and Roman and another known Trinitario member were passengers. On August 31, 2021, after the black Honda Accord was seized pursuant to the search warrant, Paula Cabral came to Salem Police. After being provided with Miranda warning, Paula Cabral gave a recorded interview concerning the black Honda Accord and his whereabouts during the shooting. Paula Cabral appeared to be confused as to when the shooting took place and tried to establish an alibi for dates other than when the shooting took place, various claiming to be in New York and in the Dominican Republic. Paula Cabral stated that he let the person who Lynn police stopped in the vehicle, who was Giordani, and only that person drive the black Honda Accord. Paula Cabral also admitted he drives a Honda CR-V and, in contradiction to other statements made, was not traveling on August 5, 2021, and was actually driving the Honda CR-V on the day of the shooting. When confronted with the fact that the black Honda CR-V was visible on video and involved in the incident, Paula Cabral became nervous and requested to have an attorney.
Jessica, we are awaiting the
Man, this
murder
dude's
arraignments
so
here at Lynn District Court, and as you pointed out, the victim was a teenager, and the defendants in this case are teenagers as well, and one of those teenage defendants is being charged as an adult. Now, according to investigators, violence erupted at Alpha Convenience Store just before 6 o'clock last night. The owners of the store say a group of teens was fighting and one pulled a knife. They say the victim was stabbed in the abdomen and ran out of the store. The other teens ran off in a different direction.
I saw like 4 or 5 kids running very fast. And that way
they know each other, they just came and then start punching each other people and get hurt.
The stabbing victim died at Salem Hospital. The victim's name and age is not being released at this time, pending notification of next of kin. As for the defendants, in addition to the teenage accused killer, who, as we said, is being charged as an adult, a second teen is being charged as a juvenile with possession of a dangerous weapon.
On August 22, 2023, a probationary member of the Trinitarios named Daniel Marquez, aka Travieso, was murdered. Marquez was stabbed during a fight against rival gang members in a convenience store. Present for the incident were Jefferson Camber Vallecillo and Carlos Javier Ramirez Corniel, aka Creepy. At the time of the murder, Marquez was 17 years old. This murder was captured on video from inside the convenience store. One individual involved in the fight was charged with Marquez's murder, specifically, Ira Mallon, who is said to be an associate of the Tiny Rascals gang. Marquez was a particularly active probationary member and had already committed at least one shooting earlier in 2023, prior to his murder. Following his death, the Lynn Trinitarios set up a full memorial for Marquez near the site of his death, complete with a Trinitario beaded necklace hanging from the Dominican flag. Marquez was not a full member of the Trinitarios and had not yet been blessed into the gang. Nevertheless, multiple cooperating witnesses said that members and leaders of the Lynn chapter attended Marquez's funeral, including Santos. At the funeral, according to cooperating witnesses, Santos posthumously awarded Marquez his Trinitario beads, formally initiating him into the gang as a member after his death. Santos placed the beads on Marquez's body while it was in the casket. The caption of the photograph translates to, "Fly high warrior, may God have you in glory." Multiple cooperating witnesses, CW12, CW16, CW25, have confirmed that Paula Cabral specifically authorized retaliation against rival gangs in response to Marquez's murder. Multiple cooperating witnesses described the green light being authorized by Paula Cabral over the Trinitarios group chat on the Signal application. In addition to the messages being sent to the group chat, this authorization to retaliate was captured in text messages and audio messages sent on August 22, 2023, by Cabral to Tommy Sanchez, who was then the number 3 for the Lynn chapter. These audio and text messages were recovered by investigators. In the conversation, Paula Cabral specifically states that he has sent the crew to the
Yeah.
street to destroy, meaning retaliate for the attack on Marquez. Then, once Marquez is confirmed to have died, Paula Cabral states that the Trinitarios must make a show of their strength against the rivals, and that he is going to take the dogs for a walk, meaning retaliate for the murder. Sanchez states that the Trinitarios have suffered recent losses with the death of Brian Gomez and another Trinitario, and they must even the score. Brian Gomez was murdered behind the Lynn English High School. Alan Bernardin and Nathaniel Mercedit were arrested for killing Gomez. Bernardin and Mercedit are suspected TRG members, and that state investigators believe the murder of Gomez was motivated by the ongoing rivalry between TRG and the Trinitarios. Anyway, Paula Cabral agrees with Sanchez to get back, and then cautions against talking further over the phone, and indicates they will meet in person. There would be an attempt to retaliate for Marquez, but nobody was hit. That took place on August 27, 2023. According to multiple cooperating witnesses, this shooting involved 6 members of the Lynn chapter of the Trinitarios: Angel Santos, Michael Miliano, James Jimenez, Justin Alba, Israel Garcia Vasquez, and Darwin Batista. CW12 provided information about this shooting. CW12 was with numerous Trinitarios on August 27, 2023. The Trinitarios were aware of rival gang members who were having a party nearby through social media. They discussed shooting and killing rival gang members from TRG and Westside World who were at the party, in retaliation for the murder of Marquez. According to CW12, 2 menors, including Ramirez, were sent to be lookout and report as to whether the party was taking place, and who was present. Once the menors provided information about rival gang members being present to the group, the 6 Trinitarios went to go commit the shooting. CW12 learned that Santos, Miliano, and Darwin Batista all fired rounds at rival gang members. Next, we have the September 2, 2023, double murder of Jandriel Heredia and Abraham Diaz. It happened while they were at a farewell party for an individual heading off to college. The Trinitarios targeted the party in retaliation for Marquez's murder.
Holding candles, leaning on one another for support, dozens of people came out to honor 21-year-old Jandriel Heredia after he was shot and killed early Saturday morning.
My loving son that did not deserve what happened to him. He didn't deserve that.
A night of celebration turning into tragedy after gunshots rang out.
It's like a horror movie.
Jandriel's mother says they were celebrating her nephew's graduation before sending him off to college when investigators say someone opened fire from a car, shooting 7 people in all.
We're celebrating an accomplishment for one of our family members, and it ends like that. That's just crazy. We were all proud of him, and they ruined it. Now he doesn't even want to go. They ruined it. That was the worst day for him.
25-year-old Abraham Diaz was also killed in that same shooting on Essex Street in Lynn. Investigators say 5 others were also hurt.
My little brother, he was just like me, giving back to kids, looking at kids, and about his community, and just wanted to make sure everyone was all right.
The Trinitarios believed that rival gang members, including specifically a rival gang member named M.A., were in attendance at the party. The Trinitarios utilized Marquez's vehicle, a green Honda Accord, during the shooting, in order to send a message to the rival gang. According to multiple cooperating witnesses, Justin Alba and Darwin Batista each fired weapons, and Abel Severino Reyes drove Marquez's vehicle during this shooting. Investigators interviewed several of the partygoers who claimed that the suspects fired from a vehicle and fled in that vehicle down Essex Street. Witnesses also stated that the vehicle took a right-hand turn onto Chatham Street, where it was last observed. One witness described the vehicle as being an older model dark-colored Honda sedan. Witnesses also reported that a member of LCG, M.A., was present at the party. At some point, according to a witness, the individual we previously referred to as Victim 1 was at the party and on his phone yelling, "You know where I am, pull up and come get me." Investigators believe that this message sent by Victim 1 was transmitted over social media, heard by the Trinitarios, and formed the basis for the Trinitarios' belief that Victim 1 and potentially other rival gang members were at the party on Essex Street. Surveillance video depicted the green Honda Accord slow down in front of the party, and muzzle flashes emanating from the front and rear passenger side windows. Based on the video, it appeared that one suspect fired from the front passenger seat and the other from the rear seat. Investigators learned this green Honda Accord had been purchased by Daniel Marquez from the previous owner on August 15, 2023, through Facebook, along with the attached Rhode Island license plate. This sale took place about a week before Marquez was murdered. There's a lot more to this and other situations we've yet to speak about. We are going to stop the video here and pick up where we left off when we put out part 2. But this about wraps this one up for now, and as always, stay low and thanks for watching.
See what pops up.
In the late 1980s, Boston was experiencing a wave of violence the city had never seen before. Police and first responders were on the scene multiple times a day cleaning up the aftermath. When one super group of different streets, hoods, and projects began clicking up, it put pressure on the remaining hoods to do the same. What resulted was a clash of 2 super crews of aligned hoods, and it turned the Boston streets into a dangerous battlefield. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. So let's take a step back into time, the 1980s to be exact, which just so happens to be the most dangerous period in the city of Boston's history. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, Boston had a reputation as a tough, rundown, industrial, blue-collar, kind of classic Northern East Coast city like New York City, Baltimore, Philadelphia, most of the cities, New Jersey. Even though mostly known for their Irish and Italian organized crime figures, Boston had a sizable black community with over 100,000 residents, more than 20% of the city's overall population. The South End and Lower Roxbury were the original heart of Black Boston, but soon Mattapan, Jamaica Plain, and large parts of Dorchester neighborhood became synonymous with Boston's black community. All the way back into the 1950s, maybe even the 1940s, there were various neighborhood and street crews in the black neighborhoods of the South End and Roxbury, just as there were Irish crews in Southie, Charlestown, Dorchester, Italians in Eastie in the North End, Jewish kids in the West End, etc. During the 1960s, the first organized groups began to operate in Boston's black
We literally was just there when we see Francie. That's where he's at. That's crazy.
areas, most notably the Campbell brothers, who were a force in the city until the 1970s, controlling the majority of the 8th Street in town. They had made an alliance with the deadly Johnny Martorano of the Winter Hill organization. When players came to Boston from Detroit in the late 1960s to make inroads into Boston's H trade with local dealers and push the Campbell brothers out, Martorano helped the Campbells eliminate their competition. This isn't the only connection I've come across between Detroit and Boston either. Apparently, in the late 1970s, a group from Detroit that was connected to the infamous YBI, or Young Boys Incorporated, came to the notorious Columbia Point housing projects in Dorchester. An underling of Dwayne Wonderful Wayne Davis, one of the founders of YBI, came to Columbia Point with a small amount of product and set up a beachhead for the organization. He was able to flip it fast and turn a considerable profit. What went for $20 in the saturated city of Detroit could go to upwards of $100 in Boston. There was plenty of users in Boston, but a limited supply. Seeing the potential, the Detroit guys increased their presence in the Point. Columbia Point was in a completely isolated part of Dorchester, away from most of the other neighborhoods. It quickly became overrun with crime, and because of its isolation and one way in, one way out, police didn't like to enter unless they were deep in numbers. This was in the early 1980s, in a time when the streets of Boston, especially in the black sections of the city, were beginning to change. Different neighborhoods were beginning to form crews, street by street, project by project. The Columbia Point Dogs were one of the most feared crews in Boston's history, and they formed around this time. I've heard that some of the original members of CPD were connected to these Detroit hustlers who were pushing H in the projects. Some of them even traveled to Detroit and worked as muscle for YBI members like Wonderful Wayne Davis. Now, street legend has it that the first neighborhood really to come together as a hood and start repping hard was Corbett Street in Dorchester. Many of the Johnsons, who were a legendary family from Corbett, repped the crew, including Anthony Johnson, who was also a member of the iconic Boston rap group The Almighty RSO with Ray Benzino. But in June of 1988, Anthony's life was tragically ended when he was just 21 years old. It would come at the hands of a feared member of the Academy Homes housing project in Roxbury, known on the street as LL. Apparently, It wasn't a hood beef, it was over a female. Let's backtrack for a second here, because there was a dramatic shift in the 1980s.
Getting crazy.
Like I said, throughout the 60s and 70s, Boston was a rough city with plenty of violence spread throughout. But in the mid-1980s, this intensified dramatically. This was a story throughout the entire country in this particular period, but in Boston, levels of violence like this had never been seen before, and certainly never since. I doubt Boston will ever see a period like this in its history ever again, like the late 1980s and early 1990s. By the mid-80s, many of the crews in the street were already beginning to form. Individual streets, hoods, projects were beginning to create their own identities, more often than not taking on the moniker of a sports team like the Orchard Park Trailblazers, Humboldt Raiders, Highland Blackhawks, Franklin Hill Giants.
So what he's saying right here, y'all, if you're not from Boston, if you're not from Boston and you wear a hat, yeah, be easy what hat you wear. You feel me? Like in Boston, all the hats, they stand for a neighborhood. Like you see the A right here, Academy Homes. That could stand for Archdale. Look at Franklin Field. It's the F. This is the F. Lenox Street. You feel me? St. Louis hat. The Humboldt Raiders. You feel me? Humboldt Dive. That's the Raiders. You feel me? Mission Hill. You feel me? Columbia Road. You feel me? This is Forest Hill Street. Forest Hills. Mass Ave. You feel me? Villa Park. They wear the P. You feel me? It's just a bunch of shit. I mean, look, Heat Street. They wear the Heat, the Miami Heat.
The Orchard Park Trailblazers, Humboldt Raiders, Highland Blackhawks, Franklin Hill Giants, and Greenwood Packers, etc. So when the catalyst for this huge explosion of violence occurred in the mid-1980s, there was already, and I'll say, a very unique street culture forming in the black and brown communities of Boston. The catalyst of which I speak was when a smokable form of a popular South American product hit the American streets like a Category 5 hurricane. Instead of being mostly consumed by wealthy and the disco crowd, now it was being sold in almost every American city for as low as a couple dollars a pop. The hot stuff first started to appear in parts of Roxbury and Dorchester in late 1985, early 86, but by the end of 1986, it was all over the city. Once again, businessmen from other cities tried to capitalize on Boston's booming market. Daryl Whiting, aka God, came up to the notorious Orchard Park housing projects in Roxbury and set up a small beachhead in a single mother's apartment and began to sell hard. Slowly, his New York boys started coming up to Boston, just a couple at a time, and one carload, then another. They made peace with
That's how they got the movie In Too Deep. Was because of this
the
right
local OP Trailblazers, cutting a deal where they would only sell hard while the Trailblazers controlled the Bud, Soft, and H in the projects. Soon the dirt road, referred to as Bump Road, that led into Orchard Park, was full 24/7 with customers driving in and out of the projects. It was estimated during the height of their operation, God and the New York boys were making upwards to $100,000 a day off their sales. God was a larger-than-life character and was revered by many Orchard Park youths. He wore designer fashions, large jewelry, and drove a brand-new Mercedes-Benz. God did put back a lot of money into the community with legit businesses and funded many trips for the project's youth to amusement parks and was responsible for some of Boston's earliest hip-hop shows. Just because God and the New York boys made connections in Orchard Park didn't mean the New York boys were welcomed in every project in Boston. Apparently, they tried to set up shop at the infamous Atlantic projects and were promptly evicted. What's up, guys? So I'm just going to pop in here real quick, and I'm just going to ask you something. I don't ask very much, you guys. I put a lot of time and effort in these videos, try to do the best I can with the research. Like me personally, that's fine, but don't kill the messenger. Boston definitely doesn't get the same notoriety as cities like New York, Chicago, LA, Detroit, or even smaller cities like St. Louis, Baltimore, and Oakland. But for almost 10 years, especially from 1988 to 93, Boston was one of the most dangerous cities in America. In 1990 alone, almost every other day, a person lost their lives to street violence. That's pretty much unfathomable.
I know exactly
35 years later.
where that fucking is, bro. If you're coming up Eggleston, bro, and you wait for the bus by like the right side right there by the light, that's exactly where that is right there. That shit is still there.
When there's barely double-digit bodies, let alone triple digits. Boston in the late 1980s wasn't quote-unquote sweet like some other places in America. The late 80s and early 90s was when the street culture started to really explode in the United States. Through rap music and movies, the street culture really started to reach people in places it would have never been before. Pre-internet, people were mostly unaware how other folks in different parts of the country lived. This was at a time when many of these giant street organizations were beginning to franchise, if you will, throughout the country. Most notably, the GDs, Vice Lords, and Latin Kings, among others, that originated in the Windy City, had spread throughout the Midwest and beyond. But the most famous street organizations in America and really the whole world were the Blue and Red Street Crews of Los Angeles, California. By the early 1990s, there were California sets of Blue and Red on the East Coast, especially in New Jersey cities, and then the UBN made their move in the New York penal system, and in the later part of the decade, they took over the streets as well. But this didn't happen in Boston. Now, currently, there are all these groups in the city, but back in the late 80s and early 1990s, there was none of it. Boston was about as thorough of a city as it gets, and the neighborhood crews weren't about to let these outsiders set up shop on their turf. Throughout the fall of 1988, the violence was getting completely out of control. In a little over a month's period of time in October in an area around Roxbury and Dorchester, there were over 100 incidents involving firearms. That's in like over 3 a day. The police and city leaders didn't know what to do and had never seen anything like this before. Many of the incidents on the streets involved young men in their teens and early 20s. Many of the abuse began over normal adolescent things like females or a simple disagreement, but with the drastic uptick in violence, the seriousness of these squabbles became life and death. With the dangerousness increasing every day on the Boston streets and more hoods clicking up, alliances began. Some of these hoods were small single streets, others were massive public housing projects, so to even the playing field, a lot of the hoods started aligning. This is similar to what happened in LA in the 1970s when Raymond Washington on the...
Yo, it's crazy because it's literally like that to this day right now in Boston right now, nigga. That's crazy, bro. Bunch of neighborhoods that don't fuck with each other, but some of them align with each other.
East Side hooked up with Tookie Williams on the West Side, and the neighborhood after neighborhood started to rock blue. Then the remaining hoods felt the pressure and started banding together, rocking the color red. In 1989, a similar thing happened on the Boston streets, but the difference was there wasn't any blue or red in the bean. The two major supergroups were Scat G and UPS. Scat G, which stood for the St. Joseph's Housing Projects in Roxbury, Castlegate Road, the Fiat Academy Homes, the Eggleston Timberwolves. The T could also stand for the Tremont Street side of the alliance, which is the Ruggles Street Projects Rocket.
Wait. God damn, bro. That is an insane. That is like right now still, they still got shit
Scat
like that.
G and UPS.
Oh, hold on.
Scat G, which stood for the St. Joseph's Housing Projects in Roxbury, Castlegate Road, the Feared Academy Homes, the Eggleston Timberwolves.
Okay.
The T could also stand for the Tremont Street side of the Alliance, which is the Ruggles Street Projects, Rockets,
So
Madison
that's
Park Village,
that whole little Roxbury area,
the
nigga.
Shawmut Ave Indians, and the Tent City Twins. I've heard people argue whether the S stood for Shawmut Ave or the St. Joseph's Homes, but apparently they were both part of the Alliance. And the G was the
Didn't matter,
Franklin Hill Giants and the Greenwood Street Packers. Now, on the other side of the equation was the mysterious UPS, aka the United Posse Syndicate or United Posse Society. I doubt you'll hear about this anywhere else on the internet, certainly not before I made this video, which I might quickly add for anyone who wants to crack jokes on me for getting any minute detail wrong or for talking about this when I wasn't physically a part of it. At least I'm trying to tell these stories. Before I started my channel, no one was talking about this stuff and what was really going on in Boston and Massachusetts. And for the few people that wish for it to remain in obscurity, they seem to be far outweighed by those that seem to enjoy me telling these stories.
And these are, yo, bro, these pictures is official, nigga. Like, this look like like, bro, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen these pictures before. Like, this is the videos. You feel me right here? Of these young dudes, you feel me? I think there was an OP and shit. Like, just, yo, crazy shit. I'm telling you.
Video I made last year about all the different hoods and what sports teams they identified with is definitely the only video you're going to find on the internet with that type of information, certainly before I released that video. So with that being said, UPS had some of the most notorious and feared hoods in Boston in this alliance. Feeling the pressure from Scat G spreading throughout the Boston streets, feared Intervale Street and the legendary Corbett Street began reaching out to other hoods who weren't with Scat G. Mission Hill, Orchard Park, and the Heath Street Projects, aka Heat Street, were all cool at this time, which is kind of funny because now Heath Street hates OP and Mission Hill. But in 1989, they were cool. They ended up siding with Interville and Corbett to form UPS, and then shortly after, the Vamp Hill Kings joined, as well, sharing similar enemies with OP, Mission Hill, and Heath Street. Other powerhouse hoods like the Humboldt Raiders, who was bitter enemies with Castlegate, joined UPS, along with Warren Gardens, Bragdon Street, and the Walnut Park Dogs. The Highland Blackhawks ended up joining Scat G because they were fierce rivals of the OP Trailblazers, and even the mysterious X-Men were down with the Alliance.
Damn, that's Aggie.
Being in such close proximity to the
X-Men
Academy
was crazy, nigga. X-Men was some Eggleston niggas, man. That's Eggleston right there. Look, that's the pizza shop, gang. If you know where the fuck this at, this Eggleston right here, this the pizza shop right on the corner, my nigga. Look at the light. Look at the gas station behind them. You feel me? McDonald's is to the right. Yo, I got robbed right here at this corner before, bro. You feel me? Real shit. Real shit. It's real shit.
Homes and being cool with the Eggleston Timberwolves, they sided with Scat G.
Look, and they had
At the height of its power, the Scat G Alliance had over 700 members. UPS was close to that number as well. This was no small feud, including well over 1,000 active members hunting for their enemies on the Boston streets 24/7. It's not surprising that in the year after Scat G and UPS formed in 1990, Boston had its most violent year on record with 152 bodies. Now, that's a crazy figure on its own, but when you put it next to last year's 37 in 2023, it's really insane how out of control the city was during this time period. There were two main powers driving the Scat G and UPS rivalry, the backbone, if you will. It was the feared Academy Homes, who wore Braves gear, and the dreaded Heath Street Projects, aka Heat Street, who wore Miami Heat gear. These two massive housing developments were locked into a heated feud that intensified from 1989 to around 1994. The conflict became so intense that it basically split Boston street culture in half. Academy and Heath Street were two of Boston's deepest hoods and had soldiers for days. As the beef between these two hoods escalated, it forced smaller hoods to pick a side and seek powerful allies. When Academy started clicking up with other hoods in Scat G, smaller hoods like Bragdon Street saw the writing on the wall and reached out to Academy's enemies like Heath Street. It was an incredibly hectic and violent time. It was a green light on sight if you saw your enemy. With all these hoods being in such close proximity to each other, a quick walk to the store could turn into a deadly incident. No wonder why this was Boston's most violent period on record. Now, I definitely think it's worth noting that large powerhouse hoods of Lennox and the Columbia Point Dogs didn't directly get involved in the Scat G UPS rivalry. Officially,
it's crazy.
They remain neutral like Switzerland, but really Columbia Point favored Scat G in their interest, seeing as many of their rivals were part of UPS. Lennox was pretty much the same, but on the opposite side. They weren't part of UPS, but they certainly favored UPS over Scat G, which was affiliated with many of their enemies. Not only was the violence out of control compared to today's standards, but the landscape itself looked completely
Yo,
different from what it does today.
That's
Through
crazy.
gentrification, the projects and
That
hoods
looked
in
like a
Boston were
cathedral.
rough. You could feel the energy in the old bricks. The old Academy Homes projects were huge and physically imposing. The old Columbia Point projects were like some sort of poverty fortress. My father and his family lived there in the early
That's how
1950s.
cathedral still looks
Also,
right now.
Orchard Park, Lenox, the old Mission Hill bricks. If you're interested in this stuff, go check out my man's channel, Mass Throwbacks. I watch his stuff all the time. He's got really cool old footage of Boston's hoods and projects from all over the 20th century. There were also the old Orange Line at Eggleston Square before they took down the elevated train. When people would come in by tea, you would see all the old buildings with the graffiti. It was quite a sight. The streets were in utter chaos. Scat G and UPS were in full-scale conflict with all the individual hoods and their alliances and rivalries. The city was a vast, interconnected web of these feuds. Guys were really getting normalized to the violence. The revenge crimes going back and forth, tit for tat, were adding up. Some of the young guys on the street were using what they were selling as well, and it didn't help their mental state. It made guys impulsive and more often than not, more prone to violence. Like the feared stepper from Academy, LL, who killed Anthony Johnson of Corbett in 1988. He admitted to authorities that he did like 6 bags of brown every morning, smoked hard and bud throughout the day, and did brown again at night while putting in work for the set every day. He also kicked down a door of a family member who was a BPD member and stole their service weapon. I'm just trying to like paint a picture of what some of these kids were like during this time period out there on the street causing havoc.
Yeah, that was crazy.
By 1994, the alliances were beginning to strain. Natural allies that had been made over the years, like Academy Homes, Castlegate, also Academy and Franklin Hill. I guess over the years, many families had moved back and forth between the different hoods. They had very deep roots. Greenwood Street and Franklin Hill were also very close. Hoods like the Highland Blackhawks jumped aboard, kind of for like convenience, having a heated beef with the Orchard Park Trailblazers. The Eggleston Timberwolves, Academy, and X-Men all hung out in the same area, more or less, and they became cool with each other. The X-Men began to phase out, though, in the early to mid-90s. A 19-year-old member, Hector Morales, was killed after an altercation with the Boston police when 2 officers were hurt. Somehow, I think guys from Castlegate were involved as well. The graffiti crew turned street crew reformed into a new generation Dominican crew, Boylston Street, in the later part of the 90s. On the other side, in Lower Roxbury, in the South End, Shawmut Ave, Masson Park, Ruggles, 1850 and the Tent City Twins all stood together against their hated rivals, OP and Mission Hill. They would form their own thing over in that area after the Scat G Alliance broke down in the mid-90s and held down their spot. In the late 90s, St. Joe's and the Academy Homes would fall out, and throughout the decade, St. Joe's would become friendly with their former ops like Orchard Park, the Walnut Dogs, and the Humboldt Raiders. St. Joe's also went head-to-head with Castlegate Road in the same time period. Seems like they just kind of switched up on all their allies. That's what it seems like. It was an incredibly treacherous time period with hoods changing alliances, sometimes on multiple occasions within a few-year time period. Made the streets even more chaotic than ever. Now, on the other side in UPS, Interval Street would end up falling out with Orchard Park and Heath Street, causing them to become enemies. Interval, realizing OP and Heath Street were much too powerful for them alone, formed MIC with the Magnolia Steelers and Columbia Road. They also had major smoke with the Brunswick Big Head Boys, who were allied with Heath Street and Orchard Park. Then the Humboldt Raiders, who were part of UPS, would end up falling out with Orchard Park and Heath Street. In the late 90s, early 2000s, Humboldt disintegrated and H Block came about. They had major beef with Heath Street and Orchard Park, most certainly Heath Street, and they switched their alliances, becoming friendly with Academy, who they used to be enemies with. They also became tight with Mission Hill. These alliances and rivalries would go on and keep changing and morphing with every new generation, or just even when a couple of years had passed. It's hard for anyone to keep track of this. It's incredibly complicated and complex, but I think it's important to try to paint a picture of what the streets in Boston were really like during this incredibly turbulent and chaotic time period in the city's history. I don't get everything right, but for the most part, I think my research is pretty thorough, and I think I accurately depict what it was really like in the city during the emergence of these 2 super street organizations in the wild 1980s and 90s in Boston. Every street, hood, and project was a war zone, and if you wore the wrong hat or sports apparel, you could most certainly lose your life. So I end the video on that note, and I do think it's very important. It's really honestly one of the big reasons why I started this channel, because A, there's nothing soon. God bless.
It's crazy. Oh, this the same video we just watched. That's crazy. Oh, the town. Ha, that's crazy. Look at Easty. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Winter Hill, bro. What? I'm gonna have to subscribe. I gotta subscribe. Shout out to him, whoever this dude is. Look at this, yo. What? Let's see if he has a. Let's see if he has the shit in Easty, the gang sweep in Easty. Cause if he does, that'll be insane. What? Look at that Boston City of a million hoods. Yo, this dude need more subscribers. We're gonna start reacting to more of this dude's videos. Look, even Southie. Let's see if we find that Easty shit. Like, it look like he got mad shit. First Latino neighborhood. Oh, I didn't know it was the Ville. I didn't know the Ville was the first. What? I did not know Villa Park was the first fucking Latin neighborhood, bro. That's crazy. It makes sense. It makes sense. You go through this, Puerto Rico. Look at Mass Ave. This is insane. Nah. Nah, it's the Ville. That's crazy. Nah, so he just started doing these shits. Oh, I thought I saw something. So I have came across this shit before. This is fire. Damn. Let's see what this shit is. Let me see something. Let me see something. Let's see what else he got. Hold on. I'm sorry, yo. Let me just see something. Cause he has the town. He got Easty. He got Brockton. Yo, this dude's ill, bro. This dude's ill. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, he did one on G Fredo and them? This dude's pretty ill. This dude's ill. Yo. Nah, this nigga's fire. My fault, bro. I just had to. This nigga's nice. I fuck with it. Let's see Massachusetts' most gangster cities.
Likely not. But anyhow, let's take a dive into the top 10 most gangster cities in Massachusetts.
Let's see what they talk about.
Coming in at number 10, we have Fitchburg, aka the Dirty Burg. Located, depending on traffic, about an hour or so west of Boston. Fitchburg sits directly north of Worcester, which is Massachusetts' second largest city. Fitchburg is located in what I would refer to as the Rust Belt of Massachusetts. It's a series of old industrial mill towns and cities where the factory work has mostly long since left. In its place, it's left unemployment, stagnant economies, increased narcotics traffic, higher levels of poverty than the state average, and most often than not, higher crime rates as well. Fitchburg has fallen victim to many of the post-industrial city pitfalls, especially the narco trade. Mostly this trade is controlled by Latino DTOs operating in the area, some run by or in connection with well-known street organizations like the LKs or La Familia. Some are unaffiliated.
Oh, shit. Yo, this is my brother's god brother right here. This is Mills's god brother, H, if you watching. That's hilarious. See who else I know on this shit. That nigga Pun right there. Smells his god brother.
Family organizations like a father and son team that was arrested in a sting for pushing large quantities of Fetty and Hard in the city of Fitchburg a few years back. So I just had to pop in here because I know there's going to be some geography whiz that's going to pop in the comments. So Fitchburg's not directly north of Worcester. I didn't mean it's like the next town north of Worcester. It's just if you look at a map, I should have said due north. Like if you look at a map, you look straight up on the map, Fitchburg and Leominster are like directly north, not the next town north, but it's like due north. If you just drive straight north, you'll get there.
Just get into the shit.
Just want to clarify that before people start chirping in the comments. Everybody has a Moving on to number 9, we have the largest city in Middlesex County, Lowell, aka Mill City.
I can see
Lowell, Mass, which is aptly nicknamed Mill City, was once the heart of America's Industrial Revolution and one of the crown jewels of the Union. Lowell manufactured the vast majority of textiles for America in the second half of the 19th century, attracting thousands of immigrants from Greece, Eastern Europe, and beyond to work in the factories and mills. By the 1960s and 70s, many of the mills had closed, leading to massive unemployment and poverty rates. Many Latinos began moving into Lowell in the late 1960s and 70s.
Mad Cambodians out there right now, though. Lowell is Cambodian shit. Lynn, all that shit, the Cambodian.
Then in the early 80s, thousands and thousands of Cambodian refugees, many that had immigrated first to California, began settling into Lowell. There was an abundance of affordable housing in the city because of so many residents previously leaving for lack of jobs. This was a big reason for the Cambodian influx. As of now, Lowell, Mass. has the highest Cambodian population on the East Coast and second in America only to Long Beach, California. Around 20,000 of Lowell's 100,000 plus residents are of Cambodian descent, 1/5 of the total population. During the 1980s, Lowell became a hub for narcotics. Old timers tell me that in the 80s, Lowell was the copping spot, not Lawrence. That changed in the 90s when Lawrence became Browntown #1 in Massachusetts. HBO even made a special about Lowell that featured famous boxer Mickey Ward's brother, Dickie Eklund, who was a good boxer in his own right. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's absolutely legendary. Obviously, different groups took advantage of the lucrative trade on Lowell streets, and naturally, violence followed. Now, there were many neighborhood crews that were native to Mill City, but more increasingly throughout the late 80s and early 90s, more and more people were coming to Lowell and bringing their affiliations with them. Many Southeast Asian crews began in Lowell to protect themselves from Latino and white crews, but over time, many of them now beef with each other. Lowell still to this day is an epicenter for Southeast Asian street organizations in Massachusetts and beyond, really kind of the whole East Coast, with nationally syndicated groups like ABZ, TRG, and various red sets, plus some crews that originated in Lowell. There are also Latino organizations like the Trinitarios, the Latin Kings. There's also GDs, among many others. The HAMC, the biggest 1% motorcycle club in the entire world, had their first clubhouse in the Bay State in Lowell as well. Now moving on to number 8, Holyoke, Mass. Out in the western part of the state, Holyoke is a bit of an eyesore. What was once one of the largest manufacturers of
Puerto
paper in the world, Holyoke is now a city of destitution and decay. Not only did Holyoke have some of the most productive paper mills in the country, it was also the heart of Puerto Rican Massachusetts. Many of the first Puerto Ricans to come to Massachusetts were post-WW2 migrant farm workers that came up in the Connecticut River Valley area looking for work during the harvest season. Wanting to stay permanently and looking for year-round work, many flocked to nearby Holyoke to work in the paper mills. By the 1970s, most of the mills had closed down, leading to a belly-up economy and virtually no jobs. The narcotics trade came in and replaced the paper mills for the #1 industry in the city. Holyoke is certainly one of those cities when driving around town, you don't really have to wonder about what's going on behind the scenes. Now, the city of Holyoke, Mass. has long been a stronghold, along with nearby Springfield, for the almighty Latin King Nation for decades now. Also, the organization La Familia has been a force in the city for a while. I'm sure that there are many other syndicated and freelance crews operating in Holyoke over the years and presently. Holyoke, unfortunately for its residents, year after year for decades now, is always ranked among the state's worst for crime statistics, unemployment, poverty, education, etc. The way that part of the state has been heading, I don't believe that's going to be changing for the better anytime soon. Alrighty, coming in at number 7. This is one that I think people are going to have a little problem with because it's not up higher on the list. But here we go. Number 7, we have the second largest city in the Bay State. Welcome to Worcester. $1.25, please. Now, I'm going to be perfectly honest. Worcester, even though it's the second largest city in Mass, I don't know much about it. It's literally one of the only large cities in Mass that I haven't covered on the channel. I think I've only been in the city an actual couple times maybe as a kid. I usually just drive by its exit on the highway going on a road trip somewhere. I've never used out there, and the only time I've actually met people from there is when I've gone to Spectrum and Westboro. Even though Springfield's like an hour farther west than Worcester, I know a lot more about it, and I actually have some friends out there. Obviously, being a city of its size, Worcester has plenty of this activity in bad areas, even though I think it has improved over the last few years a little bit. One area in the city I always used to hear about back in the day was South Main. I guess it's changed recently, but back in the day, it was like a small scale open air kind of situation, open air market kind of situation, if you know what I mean. My first celly I had at Middleton when I was 18 was a Puerto Rican kid from Worcester. I'll always remember he was talking about the valley on and on. He kept saying, everybody knows I got the fattest bags in Tacoma. And he was going through withdrawals, sitting on the toilet, sweating and having the chills at the same time. It's a nice visual. But so for a long time, I've known about the bustling narcotics trade in the city. But of course, like other cities we've discussed, there's plenty of organizations operating in Worcester as well. One of the more interesting things I learned about Worcester is that it's one of the only cities that I know of, at least, in the Bay State that has vice lords, a group that originated in Chicago. All different types of variations of blue and red have migrated into Mass. Southeast Asian groups that have morphed into multiracial crews like TRG. Even other Chicago-born mega organizations like the LKs and the GDs are all over Massachusetts. But the only place I've ever heard of vice lords being in the state is the city of Worcester. It's my 2 cents on Worcester. Moving on to number 6, another old mill city from the Merrimack Valley, Lawrence, aka Lawtown. Lawrence is one of the 2 main hubs for this culture in Essex County, Lawrence in the Merrimack Valley and Lynn on Boston's North Shore. Not only is Lawrence a hotbed for street organizations, but it's a narcotics hub for northern Mass, southern New Hampshire, and really most of the northern New England area. Many people drive for hours and hours, sometimes multiple times a day, from all parts of New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine to come to Lawrence for its illicit goods. Donald Trump even called out Lawrence by name when he was originally run for president in 2016. At that point, New Hampshire had jumped from one of the lowest death rates due to Brown to one of the highest in the country, and Trump blamed Lawrence, a city right across the New Hampshire border, for this. Well, specifically, he blamed illegal Dominican immigrants from Lawrence.
Yeah, facts.
While Trump was partially right, Lawrence is a hub for Massachusetts and really all of northern New England, and that trade is mostly controlled by Dominicans, of which Lawrence has the second highest concentration of Dominicans in Massachusetts, second only to Boston. But like most things, Trump was using it as an example to make a point about immigration. Beyond freelancers and actual Dominican DTOs operating in conjunction with their partners in the DR, there are many well-known organizations in Lawrence. Back in the 1990s, the Latin Kings and the GDs were 2 of the first groups to emerge in the city and were deeply involved in the H trade. These 2 groups were rivals, and the feud carried on into the Essex County Correctional Facility, aka Middleton Jail. Another group that originated in Lawrence, and I don't believe exists outside the Merrimack Valley, is the Outlaws. Not the 1%er biker club, but a street crew called the Outlaws, who are also rivals of the GDs. The Outlaws still exist, but the majority of beef in Lawrence and the Merrimack Valley, like neighboring cities Haverhill and Methuen, is between the GDs and the Trinitarios, a Dominican group who has become a force in Massachusetts over the last few decades. All right, before we jump into the top 5, let's throw out a couple honorable mentions, shall we? Right next to number 10, Fitchburg, really was kind of a coin toss between the two, is another old factory/mill city, Leominster, which is very similar to Fitchburg and other old industrial Rust Belt cities in Massachusetts. Right out in that area is another old mill city, Gardner, Mass., which was one of the first leading manufacturers of furniture in the country. I had a wrestling tournament out there in high school, and it was kind of a dump, and of course, I love that. Usually, at least, there's 1 or 2 members from Gardner in the latest Latin King Federal Roundup that they do in Massachusetts every few years. Also, Chicopee, which is a kind of a rundown little city out by Springfield. Quick shout out. Oh my goodness. Or maybe I feel like I've made a little mistake. I should have switched 7 and 5 around, put Worcester here, but what the heck? Number 5. New Bedford, aka New Beige. New Bedford, which is in Bristol County on Massachusetts' south coast next to its neighboring city of Fall River. These two cities are very unique in Massachusetts for their incredibly high concentration of Portuguese residents. There are plenty of Portuguese and Azorians in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, but these two cities have an uncommonly high percentage. They also have very rough reputations. New Bedford does have one thing going for them, and that's an incredibly thriving fishing industry. New Bedford replaced my hometown of Gloucester back probably in the 70s or 80s as Massachusetts' biggest fishing port. Gloucester's fleet is only a fraction of what it used to be, while New Bedford has thousands of active fishing vessels. They probably land more scallops than anywhere else in the country, if not the world. But New Bedford also has a very active narcotics trade, which is mostly controlled by beefing street organizations, 2 of the main ones being the Latin Kings and GEDs. In Operation Throwdown, the last major federal RICO case that the government used to try to dismantle the Kings in Massachusetts, the majority of people indicted were from the Springfield area and New Bedford. I think it was something crazy like 22 of the actual total people indicted were from the Latin Kings New Bedford chapter, which mostly operates out of the north side of the city. They had been battling their hated rivals, the GDs, for control of New Bedford's lucrative narco trade for years now. Besides this, there's some Cape Verdeans in New Bedford, and there's also some ABZ that began in the neighboring city of Fall River as well. Number 4. You ready for this? This one's definitely going to get some people chirping in the comments. Lynn, the city of sin. Lynn, Mass., which is Essex County's largest city population-wise, is also a hub for the county's street organizations. Like I said, Lawrence is the hub on the Merrimack Valley, and Lynn is the spot on the North Shore. While Lynn certainly is a source city for a lot of the other wealthy communities on the North Shore, the narco trade isn't as big as it is in Lawrence. In Lawrence, the Dominican DTOs, who were already running the H trade, started hooking up with Mexican cartels back in the 2010s to become some of the largest Fetty traffickers on the East Coast. But if we're discussing the most gangster cities in Massachusetts, you cannot deny the effect that Lynn has had on the area and its surrounding communities, and it's the epicenter for the culture on Boston's North Shore. Almost every set or crew that has popped up on the North Shore and Essex County Correctional
Lynn is also a lot of Cambodians.
Facility that was not from Lawrence or Haverhill originated in Lynn. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, dudes from Lynn were spreading all over the North Shore, dealing in smaller towns and cities and bringing their affiliations with them. I remember dudes setting up shop in the projects in Gloucester and Maplewood Park or Riverdale Park, some single mom's house pumping hard or just bud sometimes and trying to recruit people. Ever since the 1980s, this culture has dominated Lynn, and still to this day, it's now probably truer than ever. That's why I always find it funny when people say, Lynn ain't nothing. Obviously, it's not Dorchester or Roxbury, but it's an incredibly active place at all levels. Certainly narcotics, and multiple people die every year to street violence in the city of Lynn, Mass. If I can get my ducks in a row and bring you this video I've been working on for quite some time, I'll show many of you who might previously been unaware just how active Lynn can be. It'll come, I promise. Now, Lynn has a little bit of everything, all types of blue and red sets, some nationally syndicated like ABZ, some homegrown like OB and YB and AKC, and even more recently LCG. Is that not enough acronyms? Because there's some more. There's LKs and GDs. There was a notorious crew in the late 90s, early 2000s called the Deuce Boys, La Familia, TRG, the Fair Trinitarios, also many of the original CWBs.
First time I heard of a TRG was on Lynn.
AKA C-Dubs, the main white group in Middleton Jail, which is now spread to all different correctional facilities in Massachusetts. Many of the original members from Lynn. Not to mention, Lynn since the late 1960s has been a stronghold for the infamous HAMC, the largest and most feared 1% club in the world. The North Shore is their heartland in Massachusetts, and Lynn and Salem are the core of that. Is that enough qualification for the city of Lynn? Lynn is by far the most diverse city on the North Shore, almost equal parts white, Hispanic, and black, but there's also a sizable Southeast Asian population in the city. All these groups are well accounted for in the demographics of the underworld as well. Lynn's politics also include the Point neighborhood of Salem, South Peabody, and back in the late 90s and early 2000s, they were tied in with Shirley Ave and Revere as well. The most current and well-known beef in Lynn is something I've researched heavily lately. It's between LCG and TRG versus the Trinitarios, aka the Patrias. The beef began the bloody year of 2017 in Lynn and technically still hasn't ended to this day. If you can help me with anything or add anything to that story, please hit me up. Before I move on, I got to shout out the Point neighborhood in Salem. Although overall Salem is a pretty safe city and is more well known for their Halloween haunted happenings than any street stuff, the Point neighborhood is incredibly active. If you woke up in somebody's car in the Point and someone told you were in Washington Heights or some other hood somewhere, you'd probably believe them. It's only a couple blocks, but there's so much narco traffic and different sets operating in one little area. There's always something popping off down at the Point. So I hope that's enough information to justify putting Lynn up that high on the list. And if not, I really don't care. That's where I'm putting it. Honestly, I'd prefer to put it at number 3 instead of the next thing I'm about to mention. But I figured if I put it any higher up on the list, people would definitely call me out for North Shore or Essex County favoritism. But number 3 on the list, Fall River.
Yeah,
Now, I
Fall
feel like
River's
some of you
great.
might not agree that Fall River should be this high up on the list. The Riv has always had a tough reputation like its neighboring city of New Bedford, but unfortunately they don't have the thriving fishing industry that New Beige does, just a lot of narcotics, crime, and lower than average incomes. Fall River has the highest concentration of Portuguese Americans in the entire country, and during the early 1990s, Fall River and Gloucester, Mass. both had some of the highest HIV rates per capita in the Western Hemisphere due to users sharing their gear with each other. Couldn't go to the pharmacy and buy it. You had to get it illegally, so a lot of people shared it. Fall River is one of the most active cities in the region of the state, and with all the wealthy communities on and or near the Cape, there's plenty of customers always heading towards the Riv in need of goods. As a kid, my Cub Scout troop and I slept overnight on one of the battleships in Battleship Cove, and as an adult, every time I went to Plymouth High Point, there was mad kids from Fall River yelling, Now, the Riv is interesting to me for several reasons. Of course, over the years, nationally syndicated sets of blue and red would come to the city, along with GDs and LKs, among others. But Fall River had many homegrown crews, many of whom were made up of mostly Portuguese kids, sometimes strictly Portuguese. Back in the 50s and 60s, there was white street crews like this, but not organized. It was mostly like West Side Story type of things. There definitely weren't many going into the 80s and 90s, still actually operating like the ones in Fall River. It was quite an anomaly, especially in Massachusetts. Some of these legendary homegrown groups in Fall River that had mostly Portuguese members were DBZ, the Dover Boys, that represented with the color green. And someone in the comments one time when I made a video about Fall River was saying that Dover Boys had the doinka. I don't know, that's some weird Fall River Portuguese stuff I don't know nothing about. This is one of the most legendary crews from the Riv, but you also had the Flint and rode on the Pagans Clubhouse and inflicted multiple casualties on a small group of club members hanging out in front of the clubhouse. All right, I hope that's sufficient evidence for you people who claim Fall River is soft. All right, before we do the top 2 cities, I didn't include Boston in the top 10 list. Oh, well,
why?
A little secret there, a little twist I didn't tell you guys about until now if you're still watching the video. It's just not fair. Boston is so much bigger than any other city on the list. And there's so many different neighborhoods in the actual municipality of Boston. Also, you can't compare Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan, and the South End to any other city on the list either. It's just different. So I'm going to do something different. I'm going to break down in order the most gangster neighborhoods in Boston, minus the Seaport, Back Bay, Beacon Hill, the high rent districts. Oh, the last couple honorable mentions that didn't quite make the list. I'm going to give Pittsfield a shout out because you got to have one city from Berkshire County, since when they released the crime stats, weird towns like North Adams and Webster are always the top of the list. I'm going to shout out Cambridge too, even though it's been heavily gentrified. There's still some active areas in the projects and stuff. And there's 1 or 2 active projects in Somerville, even though that city has been completely gentrified. Taunton used to have a little activity out there I'm not sure about now. And then Haverhill, aka Helltown. That's really why I wanted to put it number 10. But I figured if I put 3 Essex County cities on the list, you guys would certainly revolt. All right, so before I reveal 1 and 2 on the list, let's break down Boston's hoods. So disqualifying the very upscale and touristy sections, let's start with Brighton, which did have a couple active projects. Then Roslindale, then we have the North End, which is definitely a tourist destination, but it's still the North End. Many Italians still live there. It hasn't been really gentrified. And along with East Boston has always been the home base of Cosa Nostra in the city. Then you have Southie and Charlestown, used to be two of the tougher neighborhoods in the city up until the 1990s and were unique in being quote unquote white Irish American ghettos, long after such things had disappeared in other parts of the country. Even though these two neighborhoods are two of the most gentrified in the city and the rents have skyrocketed, there's still a few active projects in each neighborhood where you can find the familiar illegal activities that the neighborhoods were known for. Next, Chinatown, even though most of the street crews have dried up that dominated Chinatown streets in the 80s and 90s, which
That
caused
dude right there, that Chinese dude right there from Chinatown is still on America's Most Wanted.
record-settling
Hung Ting Fong, whatever.
levels of violence. Chinatown is still completely ungentrified, and down by the T-stop on Beach Street down to like Grand Street and Stewart Street, there's plenty of dudes selling hard and girls walking the street. Not as much as it was 15 years ago, but it's still around. This is where the infamous combat zone used to be located in that general area. Next is Hyde Park, which I feel a lot of people overlook. Hyde Park, but it definitely has plenty of street activity and crews in the neighborhood.
Shit,
The area
yeah,
is
Hyde
mixed,
Park.
but has a high concentration of Haitians and other
Bronx
West
down.
Indians. Moving up the list is East Boston, which is finally now starting to become a
Eastie.
target for gentrification. Not only was it a Cosa Nostra stronghold for decades, but there's homegrown crews like Maverick that's based out of the Maverick Projects in Eastie.
Orient
They
Heights
beefed with
Projects.
ESG or ESMG from next door Chelsea. There's also a strong presence in Eastie of the two most feared Central American organizations
He
in
better
the world.
mention OHP.
The top 5 most gangster neighborhoods in Boston. Really not hard to
even
figure out
mention
after
it,
you've
but he
been listening to
mentioned
the
Mass.
list so
That's
far.
crazy.
At number 5, we have Jamaica
That's
Plain, aka JP, or as Trotty White Jizzle calls it, Jurassic Park. JP has been changing lately, like most of Boston, but it's still home to the Mildred C. Haley Apartments, aka the Heath Street Projects, which I believe is Boston's biggest housing project, and is home to Boston's feared Heath Street crew that rock Miami Heat gear. It was also the setting for Boston's deadliest Latino conflict, aka Boylston Street versus Mozart Park. Number 4, the South End. Now, the South End is very interesting because it has some very, very wealthy residents and real estate, but it's also home to some notorious housing projects and Mass and Cass,
He better
Boston's
mention
equivalent to
Cathedral. He
Kensington
ain't
and
mentioned them
Philadelphia.
either.
You have the Cathedral projects, the Villa Victoria projects, which is Boston's first Puerto Rican project and hood. You have the Tent City projects, and then there was the Mass Ave Hornets in the 80s, and I still see people wearing Hornet
Bro,
stuff
that
around
shit
Mass
still
Ave.
look like a
The
jump.
South End has seen the highest jump in crime stats than any other neighborhood in the city, which most likely has something to do with the PJs, but it's predominantly because of the disaster around Mass and Cass.
Ew.
Number 3. This was tough. I knew pretty easily which one I was going to put first, but I wasn't sure if 3 should be Roxbury or Mattapan. I decided to put Mattapan at 3 and Roxbury at 2. It was kind of a tough choice, but that's what
And
I
then
did.
Dorchester
They're
at
both by far 2 of the more dangerous areas in Boston, although they are a little bit different. Roxbury in the South End were the original hearts of Black Boston, while Mattapan through most of the 50s and early 60s was white, predominantly Jewish, with a lot of single-family homes mixed in. For decades now, Mattapan has been one of the most violent neighborhoods in the city. And I've heard people that say if Mattapan gets gentrified, Boston's really over. As of late, there's more and more Latinos moving into Mattapan, and they're quickly becoming one of the largest ethnic groups in the city. Roxbury has more of a big city feel to it, almost like a smaller version of Harlem or something. Roxbury definitely has like a certain allure to it, and that's why I'm putting it at number 2. So that obviously leaves number 1 as the
I said
neighborhood
it,
of Dorchester. Dorchester is Boston's largest and most diverse neighborhood, and also the deadliest. Geneva, Columbia Road, Four Corners,
Blue Hill
Codman
Ave.
Square, Blue Hill Ave, Columbia Point, aka Harbor Point.
And not to mention that Blue Hill Ave connects from all the way from Roxbury all the way down to like fucking Milton, nigga. Leaving Boston.
Fields Corners, among many, many others, are legendary hoods inside this neighborhood where it's not uncommon to witness street violence and people dying on a regular basis. This is the side of Boston the local media doesn't like to focus on. I hope you guys enjoyed that little breakdown. It's just not fair to compare Boston to the rest of the cities on this list. It's not. So here we are, the 2 top cities on the list. This was a tough decision,
Damn, I
honestly.
missed the beat,
Not gonna
bro.
lie, I had a
Yeah.
tough time picking between these 2. I've definitely talked to one of the cities a lot, but not enough about the other one. The only difference really is that one of these cities has a more diverse underworld than the other. So here we are, guys. Number 2, Springfield, Mass. So Springfield has always been a rough city with a bad reputation.
expect that.
But its worst year on record last year was 2023.
lit.
A record number of people were unalive during 2023, almost doubling from the previous year. Lucky for Springfield, which almost seemed like they were going to come apart at the seams last year, 2024 has seen a sharp decrease in the number of people being unalived. Authorities say the majority of these crimes are not random and they're targeted attacks between different street organizations. The Latin Kings have been a dominant force in Springfield for decades. Operation Throwdown targeted many Latin
Yo, that's crazy. Look, these are niggas know. There's a couple of niggas on there, niggas know, but I ain't about to
King leaders en masse, some from Springfield, including King Merlin, who was the alleged overseer of the entire East Coast operation. King Merlin had close family
Hey, one nigga on there was my
ties to the Cosa Nostra in Springfield. Based out of the south end of the city, the Springfield crew ran the city for the Genovese family out of New York and not Boston or Providence. This all fell apart when Anthony Alada double-crossed his boss, Big Al Bruno, and had him whacked. Even though the La Cosa Nostra members in Springfield were obviously criminals and not everyone thinks of them fondly in their memories, it's widely believed that they kept some sort of order on the streets and in the underworld. Throughout the 2000s, the already dingy city of Springfield began to deteriorate more and more each year. They built that big casino a little ways back, trying to make the city more desirable or attract more visitors, but as far as I can tell, it hasn't done anything to improve the city. The Mount Carmel Social Club in the South End was the center of the Italian-American community in the city and also the base of operations for the local Cosa Nostra. That's where Anthony Arriolata set the trap for his boss, Big Al Bruno, as he left his weekly pinochle game at the club. It was alleged that King Merlin was holding meetings with other top Latin kings inside the Mount Carmel Social Club as well. Not only that, but after he set up his boss and then turned all his peers as an informant, Anthony Arriolata has streamed videos on YouTube from the club talking about his experiences. That shows how much organized crime has really changed in the city. Like I said, hopefully last year was just a really, really bad year, and there's only been about half as many bodies as there was last year. But Springfield is definitely a troubled city. High unemployment, little guess what number one is going to be. You might not necessarily agree with it, but it's pretty obvious by now. If I haven't mentioned it, it's got to be number one. Brockton, Massachusetts.
Oh, he didn't
This
even name
city south
Chelsea.
of Boston has had a rough reputation going back to the
Brockton is
beginning
up
of the
there.
20th
Man,
century.
Cape Verdean.
You can find old pictures of Brockton online on Google, looking up like Brockton tenements and Brockton slums, stuff
Shout
like
out to
that.
Brockton.
Brockton
But
earned
yo,
its
he
rep
didn't
for
even
its
name
hard-travel
Chelsea.
streets and its ability
That's
also to
crazy.
turn out quality prize fighters. Some of the most famous boxers to come out of
gotta
the
read
city
this
are the
stuff,
legendary Rocky Marciano, who ended his career at a whopping undefeated 49-0. Plus champ Marvelous Marvin Hagler, who was an incredible boxer and fighter. This is why many people refer to Brockton as the City of Champs. There's even a small LCN presence in Brockton, or was, which is not known for Italians as far as I know. Carmen Totoro, who was one of the men inducted in the infamous recorded ceremony in Medford, Mass, is from Brockton and controlled whatever loan sharking and bookmaking operations the Patriarch has had in the city. The city of Brockton is also very diverse. It's the only major city in Massachusetts with over 100,000 people where Black people make up the majority of the population. Boston has always been the center of Black Massachusetts, but in the past few decades, because of soaring housing costs, more and more people are moving away from the actual city. Randolph and Brockton both have much higher percentages of Black residents than Boston now. A couple other interesting
true though,
statistics
man.
are
Cape
Brockton
Verdean.
has the biggest Cape Verdean population in America, with almost 6,000 more than
Wow.
Boston. It's also in the top 10 for
Wow.
Haitian population.
Yo, that's crazy. Which explains why when I move somewhere and I be asking people like, yo, y'all don't know what Cape Verdeans are? They're like, nah. That makes sense. So Brockton, Massachusetts has the highest Cape Verdean population in the United States of America. That's fucking crazy. That's dope.
of the United States, and other large ethnic groups in the city are Jamaicans and Brazilians. Brockton, Mass literally has every type of street organization you can imagine. There's so many local, homegrown neighborhood crews in the city of Brockton. It's crazy.
Right.
There's also
Brockton is
obviously
its own
nationally
world.
syndicated and affiliated sets, Blue, Red, GDs, like anything you can imagine is in the city of Brockton. There's Cape Verdean groups like the CVOs, Haitian crews, any type of underworld crew that you can think of is probably operating in the city of Brockton. Brockton's also a stronghold for the Outlaws Motorcycle Club. This is where the Outlaws first set up shop in Massachusetts and started to challenge HAMC's dominance of the Bay State. Brockton might not necessarily be the most dangerous city in Massachusetts. While it's definitely much more dangerous than the rest of the state in general, it's still, in my opinion, the most gangsta out of all the other cities on my list, except maybe for Gloucester, but I'm just going to let that one slide for this video, guys. You know what I mean? Hope you guys enjoyed this video with something a little bit differently. Hopefully it was fun for you guys because I personally enjoyed it. I needed to do something that was a little bit fun. I haven't enjoyed videos for a little while. It's just when Massachusetts changing so fast and gentrification going full throttle in the Bay State, who knows how long different communities will be able to keep their unique identities. Most people, especially from outside the area, think Massachusetts is all wealthy white people and don't realize how diverse many of the communities really are. Just so you know, we have some really big things coming up on the channel. A friend of mine is going to start helping me with the editing so I can bring you guys some of these big stories I've been working on for a while. Make sure they're going to be presented in a really nice, shiny production, which so many of you guys seem to like so much on YouTube. No, I want to step up my production. And this kid is like a legit filmmaker. So if he really does help me, my videos are going to increase much more. Also, my friend Kevin and I are going to start doing Boston, Massachusetts, maybe even all of New England hood vlogs / interviews. We just got a little camera. I already got a couple lined up. And if you guys want to be on one, reach out to me on Instagram or Facebook. That reminds me, guys, if you're on Instagram, just follow me. It's J_Trimmins, my last name. It's like, I'm not trying to have a popularity contest. I just started doing it, but just get me up to like 1,000 or something, guys. It's like pathetic. So like always, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was supposed to be fun, you know what I mean? Maybe you learn a couple things in between that you didn't know about some of these cities.
Well,
And people who aren't from Massachusetts watch this video.
Obviously, he hasn't done it yet, though. Oh, he has. All right. I'm gonna react to those on a separate video, y'all. React to those on a separate video. But for now, they'll be good. I'm gonna get with y'all tomorrow or later. Who knows?
Spliff Beats.
Fans, check out another nifty ass podcast at Boston Loud 92. The Teak. You find me on the hood. They smoke nifty cackwoods every motherfucking day. They see it. Y'all check out what they got fire off from the hood. New podcast on hood. Y'all check that motherfucker out. Check that motherfucker out, kid. Let's go ahead and support black businesses out hood. Let's keep it 55th Street.